Buongiorno e benvenuti alla terza e conclusiva giornata.
Good morning, and welcome to our third and final day for our Congress, PAIDEIA 2020, Music and Knowledge. We'll start with the session Music and Society. I'm going to leave the floor to Luigi Day, Chair and Rector Magnificence of University of Florence. Good morning, everybody. With great honor, I would like to start this session. This session will be rich and full of very interesting speeches. It's going to be dedicated to music and society. We'll have some time for some questions, some answers. I will moderate this session, and we will have our honorable speakers very soon. During the first part, we'll have 4 main speeches. The first part will stop at 11:45. We'll have a 15 minutes break, and then we'll continue with the following session, Music and Society, continued at 12, and we'll have a break at 11:15. For those who are following us online, the Congress will continue at 2:15 with music as an instrument of peace, with the concluding message of the Maestro Riccardo Muti. So I would like to start. Also, so that we have a couple of minutes to start out. And I would like to do this. I mean, I'm already seeing some speakers. I would love to have them in person here, but unfortunately, we are used to just seeing little icons, digital icons, because of the health emergency we're in. As you can see here, every speaker will have 30 minutes, and I will mute my microphone as soon as I'm going to give the floor to the first speaker, which will be Professor Maria Maino, who is the Vice President of the Sistema Europe Network. And I will open my microphone again 5 minutes before your times is up, and I will remind you that you have 5 minutes left on your speech. So I would like to apologize in advance if I'm going to interrupt your speech, but I think it's fair to everybody so that we all stick to our allotted time. And this will be my role for today as chair. So I would like to go straight into our session. I will give the floor now to Professor Maria Maino. I think she was also the chair for our first day, and we actually have a question that was not answered yesterday, and I will propose it to all our guests. And Professor Maino will talk to us about the strategy of El Sistema, the system, antithesis of social breakdown and marginalization. Thank you, and have a good start. Thank you. Thank you very much. And would like to ask the production center to put the first slide. It's a great production, very efficient. I just would like to share my experience of 10 euros. Of 10 years, I choir project with young people in Venezuela. We know that it was created already 10 to 15 years ago by Jose Antonio Abreu, that we see here in this picture, who was a great supporter and an incredible personality for this project. And he asked Claudia Bado and really conquered his heart to take part in this project, and he went to Venezuela. And after that, some friends, among which the music school of Fiesole, were also involved, together with other friends like Piero Fabri and so forth, to come together to work at this project. And it's a project that requires a lot of energy. My presentation is quite broad, and it's quite ample, but you will see it and you'll be able to follow it on the screen. You can see here that besides all the not noticeable names that I just mentioned, we really focused on a project that was supposed to be completely socially included, completely integrated. And as you can see here, whereas you have musical education and artistic excellence that complement each other, we ask ourselves every day, since we are actually doing this project in person, many questions. So why, how, when, and these are just the questions that we ask ourselves every day. I would just like to share also a moment of music right now. We talked a lot about music, but we listened to music not enough, in my opinion. So I would like to start. I would like to start with this shared listening moment, and it's actually a video that was created exactly during lockdown, and it really highlights the aspect, and you will see it in the video. It really highlights the inclusion part. Everybody is accepted, and everyone expresses themselves at best as possible. And you will notice also how these kids pronounce very well the words of this song, that it's our motto in Lombardy. You will also grasp from the gestures.
Naturalmente si ispira al progetto delle Manos Blancas.
Clearly, it's inspired by the project of Manos Blancas, so white hands, that it's a project for inclusion in Venezuela.
Per suonare, giocare, lavorare, pregare. Sono di un'unica scuola speciale che esiste a Milano per
These kids come from a particular school we have in Milan for grade disabled. And the orchestra is conducted by tutors that are slightly more advanced, and they are our main tutors, and you can see also very young children here.
Ecco, per me questa è la risposta.
So for me, this is the answer. In moments like these, where it's very hard to make music together, kids feel that they need to participate, they want to participate. We also see that from their facial expression, and they really feel together. And it has been confirmed during the second wave where they sort of need to accept the fact that they cannot do music together still, but their ambition is obviously to go back and sing together and play together. Just a couple of touch points here, an overview. So it's important to ensemble playing, peer learning and teaching, the joy of making music together, being inclusive and accessible with frequency, intensity, and consistency, and trying to aspire to quality and excellence. These are the strongholds, the main points that we know very well, but there are also some more embedded ones and more original ones. So, for example, sharing your progresses inside the performance is very stimulating. Family and community, plus the school, have to be engaged in supporting projects that is there to respond to local needs. The kid is an empire, has to be part of an holistic development and has to be involved in lifelong learning communities, because cognitive and behavioral benefits are real, not just for the community, but also especially for the individual. And we will hear more about it from Professor Rizzo's speech. Sistema Europe was created to connect all the different experiences in Europe. It was created by Marshall Marcus 8 years ago, and we decided to put together all the different expertise, and all the different members are 40, but all the projects that we have been involved in are more than 100 in Europe. And this is actually a quotation from the mission. Sistema Europe envisages children and young people from every section in reaching their full potential. So System Europe seeks to assist the continent's Sistema's inspired programs in order to really transform the life of young people, families, in communities from every section of society through the practice of orchestral and ensemble music making. So just as for completeness sake, I had also put some words from, again, the mission and the vision, where Maestro Abreu was always very specific about adapting every intervention to the territory and being very specific to the culture they are addressing. So adaptations are actually adopted by the communities. A couple of keywords and very important issues that we are faced with. It's important to get current access and funding, to have right infrastructures, the importance of having good leaders, both national and international. And it's also very important to motivate children, what I call visibility of children. And that's why we also thank them during the video, because otherwise these projects wouldn't exist. In more recent times, there was a lot of effort put into the research of Sistema, and we will talk about the evidence-based education, and also Professor Rizzo will talk about this. And we will see how sustainability as well has to be assured and granted, also in terms of environment, because the impact of the environment cannot destroy the impact of the educational ecosystem. I've included some examples from our colleagues in Czech Republic, the Harmony Foundation, where there are 2 preparatory courses, then musical education for individuals, but also orchestra educational music, and in order to then convey everything towards a performance. One of the most rolled out projects in some of the most difficult contexts ever is the one that our Turkish colleagues have been carrying out. And it's true, like this project is in order to illustrate the fact that everybody has its own problems, but we're all together in this. So with this project, and during the lockdown, we saw that they created this beautiful concert for Peter and the Wolf. El Sistema Sweden, it's also very important. It's historical and it's been well consolidated. And it's also one of the closest to the Sistema Europe. You probably heard about the different cities, and so you probably heard about the camp side by side that it was arranged in Gothenburg, and Gothenburg is very famous for its music scene, and where there are a lot of different orchestras, different choirs, and they meet there every summer. And then they come back, and everybody has said that this is really a life-changing experience because music really saves lives, and that's what also Claudia Batto used to repeat a lot. The Italian context is completely different from the Venezuelan system, especially at the beginning. Italy has great music history. We have a lot of different projects in the different schools, great regional differences as well. So a sort of a impossibility to make everything homogeneous. These differences have been also heightened due to the immigration, but it also represents great stimulus, and these stimuli are incredibly important when it comes to the intervention on schools. Also, music schools in particular, music conservatoires have been have been made aware of the fact that they need to transform and they need to change so that they can grant access to as many people as possible. And as you saw before, we also have the rehabilitation system where there are several different aspects that we already talked about, like music therapy. So these are all the challenges and hopes. They're all ongoing to promote the project. Also to collect the different resources that unfortunately we don't have in Italy, unlike Venezuela and other countries, but they're sort of available at the regional level. And just like Claudia Batto was saying, once you've started this project, you can go without it. Italy was also at the very center of a great moment for the Sistema Europe because at the Scala Theatre in 2015 during the Universal exhibition, there was the residency of the Sistema Europe. I would like to slow down. I'm going to slow down a little bit. And we created this residency at the Scala Theatre for the youth orchestra, and we see it here playing together, also because the programs from Sistema Europe come to a convergence together every 2 years. So they come together every 2 years, and there were beautiful collaboration moments together with the Bicocca University and the Scala Theatre in Milan. And if you want, you have the video here on YouTube where you can really enjoy these beautiful and very enjoyable moments. In 2017, just to make a distinction between the different contexts, we had the CEO in Athens. There is a brief documentary where marginalization, disintegration, and lack of inclusion were the main topics that we tackled, because we went to the refugee camps to less fortunate families, is a system, and that it's a project also followed by Sistema Sweden with the Dreams Orchestra. And it was a work done with immigration, so immigrants who are still in a very situation that it's in between, and they found that music to them was very, very important and very fundamental. During the afternoon, we'll have a session where we'll have a contribution with a speech about the human value of music and the social aspect of music. All the different initiatives that we have in Lombardia are dedicated to some sort of social cause that we will hear more about during the afternoon. As you can see here, this is one of the manifestos for one of these projects, and we know that our kids have to grow for their development needs, but also to put an effort into trying to develop the music outside a direct context. The different alliances that we have forged with the Sistema Europe are many, and one of the very recent ones is actually Alliance for Childhood, because the child has to be put at the very heart of all the social and political educational policies in order to have a great involvement in the European vision for growth, learning, and participation in a better integrated society. So Alliance for Childhood is working along with Sistema Europe, and it's focusing the attention on several different contexts, and this is just a brief video. Our idea is to give the possibility to these kids who cannot sing with their hands. Seeing my kid with these white gloves who was moving his hands was a great experience. So awareness for children. It's important to really foster this awareness towards children. In the week between the 21st and the 29th of November, that is the International Week for Childhood, we always create great events to celebrate this event, this occasion, and we always try to give voice to kids, and it's also a way to discover new voices and have people listen in a very respectful way as well. A couple of interventions about kids' rights.
Giocare non è spingere una macchinina sul pavimento, si imparano un sacco di cose giocando, si impara a stare insieme, poi si può pure imparare a leggere. E poi non solo i piccini devono giocare, anche gli adulti, perché gli adulti anche loro lavorano molto e hanno bisogno di un po' di tempo per distrarsi. In inglese suonare e giocare si dice nello stesso modo, perché anche suonare è un bel modo di giocare, ecco. Anche io una volta in un negozio ho visto un ukulele, che è uno strumento, e non lo volevo per imparare a suonarlo, ma più per gioco. E anche il canto in coro è molto bello perché si canta insieme e anche io ne faccio parte.
Avevamo chiesto ai bambini di tutto il sistema Europe di esprimere.
We had asked our kids of Sistema Europe to give their opinion about the right to play, education, and health, and there was a great response.
Educazione. Questo diritto secondo me è il più anche importante, cioè, sì, tra i diritti più importanti, perché sì, uno mi dirà, gli studenti sicuramente, ma cosa dici, è brutto e tutto, ma guardiamo il lato proprio più importante che dobbiamo vederlo. Sì, lo studio è difficile, questo è normale, ma purtroppo, questo che posso dire, se tu non studi, tu avrai delle difficoltà più avanti, peggio. Il diritto all'educazione è anche un diritto, secondo me, che dobbiamo anche portarci avanti e tenerlo in mano stretto, non dobbiamo mai in pugno e non dobbiamo mai aprire la mano e non dobbiamo mai farlo cadere.
Quindi un'apertura.
So, thanks to Alliance for Childhood and UNICEF that we collaborated with last year, we are really focusing about the development and learning of musical practice, together with also some humanitarian developments and global developments, such as for example, the sustainable goals that we have, and actually would like to dedicate this to the SEO 2020-21 that it was actually postponed to 22 in Madrid. Another thing that to show how important it is to provide instruments, so to get the raw materials, just like we started 9.5 years ago with these campaigns created and organized by Milano Musica and Music Fun. We have organized several different campaigns all over Italy, and we saw how important it is to have an alliance between artists. Professor De Luca spent an entire day with the kids of El Barrios in Milan, and it was also supported by song, and we shared a great experience with Mariella Beck. Here we have, for example, an orchestra focused on equal rights between genders. And there were also some kids who didn't have a high musical education, and but they still collaborated by creating a choreography, and everybody really collaborated and worked really hard. And we have an example here with the orchestra of Mozart, with Claudia Bato, for a closed-door concert.
Avviciniamoci alla conclusione, così
Okay, we're almost at the end of it, so that our chair will not scold me too much. As I was mentioning before, it's important to validate all these actions, and we cannot just say, okay, we are doing something against confinement, margination, and lack of development, but we really need to act. So we have collaborated with the Bicocca University on musical development, on cognitive skills,
di un articolo
personality traits, and social relations. And this has been inserted also in a very prestigious magazine. And you can see how Sistema Europe has been really implemented in research efforts. We also fostered some criticism in that sense. I'm sure you've heard about this
di nascondere.
this book by Abreu, and another book very important was by Abreu, who created a very objective overview of the situation. As a conclusion, we can say that El Sistema is there to intervene now. Abreu's legacy is very important, and we still know nowadays how difficult it is to keep working, especially in remote places where music does not really exist, or it's not as felt that much. In Lombardy, in our region, we know this very well, but we're a lot more connected, and life without music for us would be very dire. Kids know it very well. On our website, we have a lot of witnessing stories where with kids talking about how music really transformed them, really helped them tackle difficulties and deal with everyday struggle. This is our crusade. This is our ordeal towards peace. And it's true that sometimes we have contrasts, clashes, even though also exactly like it happens in music, you have dissonance sometimes, but we feel very much guided by Abado and Abreu, that who are probably our guiding angels whenever we need to make decisions. And our dialogue with them actually continues, and because next week we'll have a forum to present the residency of Abreu
Studia appunto anche lo spessore
that really studies also the philosophical aspects, and it will be a tenure, it will be a chair for the university, the tenure Abreu, who will mostly deal with philosophical aspects. And we also have a choir with different Venezuelan kids and kids from Venezuela who had to escape to Europe, and despite the diaspora they had to live through, they still continue singing. Just a brief mentioning to this idea here. I talked to Abado many times about the possibility to the need to really let every effort emerge, even though sometimes it could be some clashing efforts, some clashing ideas. And I remember that he was very concise, he was very pragmatic, and sometimes when problems would arise, he would say, "Don't worry, it doesn't matter. Let them play together." About kids. So I would like to conclude my speech now, and I'm very happy to hear anyone else who will come after me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being having respected your time limits. I didn't have to stop you at any moment. Thank you. Before opening to questions, which haven't just come in yet, I want to take the opportunity to ask you a question which arrived yesterday. It was a question that arrived late after the session is closed. It's a question by Luca Mainella. Yesterday at 13:04, he said, I ask myself why the results of all of these studies, and I think he was referring to the session of yesterday, don't bring the Ministry for Instruction to reformulate the plan of studies, introducing the study of music done scientifically in all of the science science instruction. I don't know if it's a comment or if it's a question. I think that this Congress wants to give a response with the presence also of exponents who have contacts with the ministries and speak with the ministries. We, with research, try to uphold this and to give evidence-based. Certainly, we'll be listening to something on the subject in just a little while. Yes, I think that this Congress, together with the activities that we all carry out, are useful things to stimulate discussion and thoughts and to work in the right direction. Right now, I have no requests for questions. So we will go on in our program. And the next presentation is by Amalia Lavinia Rizzo, who is a teacher in inclusive didactic in Department of Science and Formation University Roma Tre, who will be talking about didactic of efficient music, a facilitator for school inclusion, scholastic inclusion. Thank you, Dean. Thank you to all. I am very stimulated by this Congress. I've been stimulated to participate because I bring the point of view of inclusive teaching, inclusive didactics, which can interact very well in this interdisciplinary ground which this Congress is creating amongst people who for decades now have been dealing with this aspect. What I wish to say can be summarized into 3 points: the role of music in Italian inclusive didactics, and so we will analyze how music can be a factor which is determining for an understanding and learning. Then we will quickly go through the relationship between education perspective, and then we will talk about methodology and a brief presentation of a research. I'll try and speak slowly because I understand that it's difficult for the translators. I want to go back to something that was mentioned yesterday when Alessandro Farulli spoke at a certain point in his presentation. He said, very often we think that the student were delivered, so to speak, is an average, is average or standard, and we have to teach him. This is the fundamental aspect to keep in mind that the teachers have to remember, because the Italian perspective is an inclusion of full inclusion. We have more than 8 million students in Italian school, and in these 8 million, we have some who have a typical development, some instead have a DSA, some instead have certain disorders, maybe an attention disorder. And then we have children who are invalid and others who do not have Italian citizenship. So certainly, Italian school gives a background which is very special and which has been dealt with from the legislative point of view in a very efficient way. We have always moved in parallel from the point of view of Italian law with the prospects of human rights. And we've gone from the 70s to today to a situation which is fully inclusive of all diversities, for the profound respect of the right to education, which belongs to all of our children. So in Italian school, accepting the concept of inclusion is revolutionary. This is something that I have to say, because very often this idea of the average student is still present. And the other aspect to be considered is that very often we delegate to the pupil the responsibility for his own learning. And this doesn't mean to say that the student doesn't have responsibility of his learning, but we mustn't forget the first great responsibility is that of the context. From the international point of view, we have a lot of definitions of inclusion, which often are considered a sort of a buzzword, a word we don't really know the meaning of. Sometimes it's used very rhetorically. But UNESCO has drafted a number of guidelines which tell us exactly what inclusion is, and Italian norms have fully accepted this. When we speak of inclusion, we talk about the responsibility of the context, because inclusion, as Dr. Maino said, means that we have to favor learning and participation of all of our students, all of our pupils. And this favors participation. It means that we have to see if the environment has obstacles in this. And if there are obstacles, they are to be removed in time. So it's not a question only of observing the student, but it's a question of observing the context. How rich is it in obstacles? How instead is it rich in facilitators who allow all our pupils or our children, whatever be their characteristics, to participate and learn efficiently? Will come down to music, but this is a general sense of Italian school, which is to be found in this process. It's a never-ending process, as UNESCO says, because it's a process where adjustments are continual and where we have to be particularly careful in those students that are more fragile and might be not successful. There were reasons maybe of disorder in learning, or some disability, or some social-cultural difficulty, which brings to a disadvantage. But if we think about it, it is a revolution. It's not a question of ascribing this responsibility only to the pupil, but the school and the teachers are responsible, are the first to be responsible. This is the theoretical framework, which is very strong, because, of course, it's not only a question of rules, but it's also a question of pedagogics. All of educators know the importance of learning. But Italian school, from this point of view, presents a gap in the sense that, in spite of the fact that pupils with disability and with DSA have a right to go to school and also go to university, thanks to a series of facilitations established by law, still in schools there are a number of barriers. There are too many critical points, and didactics is not able to develop their potentialities. In Italian school, we have more than 300,000 students with disabilities and more than 300,000 students with DSA who have specific characteristics which are to be respected, because it is important to always understand the context and the expression of disability. The expression of DSA is evolutive. It depends on the facilitators that these children have met up with in their life. And there is this new concept of human functioning worked up by the World Health Organization, is we have a good functioning if our interaction with the environment is positive. we go towards disability if this interaction is negative. And this, said by the World Health Organization, makes us understand how we have to be careful in the role of context and the role of these environment factors, which can be barriers and facilitators. So having said this, which was useful at the beginning, we now come to the questions tied to music. The first is music a facilitator? This whole Congress has given the answer yes. Yes, from the point of view of neuroscience and social experience, we see that music is a very powerful instrument of personal growth and social growth. In Italian norms, this has been said for some time. It's more than 20 years now, starting from the special project of music. We begin using music also for social integration and for inclusion, and this laws have gone forward a great deal. The role of music for the transformation of educational system is recognized by UNESCO, and a philosopher like Marta Rosbaum stresses that music helps in respect and democracy. And so we see that music is considered a category, a fundamental category of human functioning, and in all international studies on inclusion, it's considered an indicator for inclusion of diversities. On research, which have given a witness of how important music is for development and learning, especially for students who are disabled. We've spoken about this, just like we have heard of a number of researchers that have explained how music can be a real neuroprotector, for instance, for language. But this could be something so shared in a context like that of participants to this Congress, that it is maybe obvious. But for me, as a musician, as a former teacher, as a teacher of teachers, trainer of trainers, there is another question. Music can be a barrier. Because when we think, as Alessandro Farulli was saying yesterday, that maybe this child is not suitable for learning music, he has no talent, or else for economic reasons, we can't give him the possibility of studying music. Well, maybe this question is not so obvious. And in actual fact, music can be a huge barrier. And it is a barrier. For instance, if we refer to the concept of inclusion and this concept of human functioning that reminds us of the importance of environmental factors which limit functioning and create disability, music becomes a barrier at school when didactic organization of musical activities or instrumental activities does not allow everybody to participate, so it's not accessible. Or else it is accessible, except in those cases, for instance, of teaching of musical instrument, which foresees a sort of access trial. Music is a compulsory discipline in our curriculum. It's present from the from child school, and then it's teachers give a score the learning of children in music. So in Italy, we are in a situation which is where we are privileged, even if there are some limits, of course. And there's not that much time devoted to music, but still, we are in a. But music is a discipline, and it's taught in secondary schools too. I would open to the second degree school. There is an unjustifiable absence, but for more than 10 years, children can be exposed to music. So in certain situations, accessibility does exist. But this didactics is organized in such a way so as not to favor the learning in the strict sense of the word, and also extra musical abilities, which we know well. So what can we go and focus? The action of didactics. It is didactics that allows us to put in those either those barriers or those facilitators. So it is an environmental factor which can either bring to this positive interaction or else have inclusion or else bring to a negative one, which brings to levels which are ever vaster of exclusion. So we are in the presence of a situation where we have a lot more to work, because not always do potentialities of work can they be explicated in the didactic action. And now we go to the second point, and we try and understand the prospects that research offers for teachers. Certainly, it is sustainable. And so I feel that I can have trust in this situation. Now, the research is fairly recent, and this research tries to address school teachers towards those practices which all over the world have been more shown to be more assistance. We see the meta-analysis, which are achieved according to very rigorous criteria, and which study and analyze at a superior level all of the researches in the educational field which are done to solve a certain problem. So they take away from these meta-research the level of efficiency of these strategies. So they're not prescriptive, but they can tell us with a reasonable hope for success that if certain activities, didactic activities, work the world over, and if they tell us in what circumstances those didactic activities have worked, then we can reasonably think that using those strategies, we will have good results. So evidence-based education doesn't take care of music just yet. We have evidence, we have research on the positive use of music on education and participation. We still have to work and collect this evidence in a more robust fashion, because the often evidence has certain problems. One is the methodological rigor, or else the number of samples, or else the clarity in description of methodological implant. And then, of course, there is this whole aspect which is to be potentiated, because the first evidences are on more general aspects. So it would be useful to proceed in the Italian context, which is this particular context. But in spite of this prospect which we open, and which will give us something to work for some time, I asked myself the preparation of this intervention at this moment, which has given a number of answers, but instrumental or musical didactics can accept certain elements to start a continual process of improvement. So just to give a bibliographic indication, I have talked about the more important authors at an international level in reference to the special pupils. And then, fortunately, Eba arrived in Italy thanks to this Society for the Learning of Evidence-Based Medicine. It's called SAPIA, and it was born starting from the University of Florence. And its president is Roberto Trinchero, and it is dealing with general didactics and with the special inclusive didactics, which I am interested in. So what is the first important, very important evidence that we have to keep in mind, and which all researchers do confirm, that the first factor of change, the first factor of improvement is the teacher. The good teachers have good pupils, and often you say, okay, well, you're lucky you've had a good class. You were able, you took the best children, but that is not so. It has been shown that expert teachers, let's not say good teachers, let's say expert teachers, but anyway, good teachers, so not teachers with experience, but teachers who are formed, who are competent, who are prepared, who behave in a certain way. So what are the characteristics of this teacher who certainly can become characteristics of teachers of music and of instruments, which who are expert, and therefore who, in fact, making music accessible to their pupils offers a contribution to inclusion. So there are three main characteristics, which develop in a series of behaviors. So the first aspect is that teachers have to know the way and be able to guide the pupils. A person who is hopeful that that pupil will be able to reach his objectives, and that success belongs to all, so doesn't think that music can be a prerogative of few. I know that, and you can think that this is a concept which has been overcome, but I'm convinced not. For empirical comments that I have made, empirical comments that I know, there still are concepts of music which are separate. So another aspect that the expert musician must know is relative to the theater, to cognitive load. The teacher has to know how the mind works, how the cognitive processes work. As Farulli said yesterday, how the one's pupils work, and the homework mustn't be more than what the child can bear. The child or pupil can manage a certain amount of information thanks to his working memory, and this information to be processed and therefore to become teaching must not be too much and should not be contrasting. We should not give information which might not facilitate that certain process, that certain cognitive process, but information which take away, which distract. This is something which should be looked at in forming teachers, just like teachers have to know the techniques of facilitation of the task. I won't go deeper into the explanations, but this is a competence that the teachers have, which has to be specific competence of those teachers. And they have to be able to give a proper feedback. So not only say to the pupil, that's the objective, and this is the point you're at, but you have to say to the pupil how to reach that objective. And of course, you have to be competent in discipline. The preparation, instrumental preparation, cultural preparation in the teacher is a fundamental aspect. And furthermore, the teacher has to be able to monitor the teacher efficiently. The didactic practice has to be simple, has to be very sustainable, extremely efficient, because it's a very effort site, and it has to share with the pupil the objective of teaching, of learning. Often it's not done. It in itself would modify the efficiency of the didactic strategy and has to have an inclusive strategy assessment, which I won't stop on just now. And the last aspect, which is just as important, is that we, as we were saying, have to do with people. So we have to give attention to personal aspects and work in order to create in the class a climate which is optimal for learning, for mutual help, for joy in being together. So we have to create the methodological situation so that we have to get them to work together. And of course, music, as Farulli was saying, is the highway to then reach the growth of the person. And this is, as it is, being together is a fundamental key to learn. And compared to the 7 factors that Ati singled out as fundamental factors for the teacher and facilitator, I'll give you this point of reference, but certainly we don't need to develop it. You can do it by yourself. At a methodological level, what can we deduct from the studies that we've seen? We can certainly deduct that, as Patel says, that the work on music works on all other neuronal networks, so it's certainly sufficient. And we also know that the ensemble music, where we play together, where the teacher, the conductor, has an animation, ludic approach to the group, is fundamental because it emphasizes the creative strength of the group, but at the same time, it guides through direct instruction the learning for students. And like many methodologies of, as we've been taught, the best approach is the multisensorial approach. Another important aspect is the training, systematic training. So we need exercise. And yesterday, Maestro Farulli was talking about cimento, which is an old word, but it is important. One has to make an effort. One has to give the students the possibility of being systematic, but of being guided, so without wasting their time. Very briefly, I'll illustrate this national research, which at present we are achieving with my department in cooperation with the Committee for Music. We want to understand the situation of inclusion, referring to pupils with disabilities, and there is this test. There's regarding attitude, which we don't know because there are no data on the subject. But if we don't know, we're excluding children who instead would derive great benefit from the study of an instrument. So we are proceeding. This year has not been a very happy year, but we've started out quantitative research. The quantitative research was started last year with all of these schools with a musical address, and then we'll work with qualitative methodology to try and take out not only the framework but the indications which can be widespread to improve the contribution that can be given at the level of inclusion in the school. I've left some points of reference in Italian to go deeper into the subject. Clearly, I'm available, and I'll be very glad to interact with all of those who are interested in this aspect and those who will give a witness of how to be inclusive, how to use music in an inclusive way, if they want to be involved in an activity which can help us to truly use this potential of music, which truly is a right for everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm curious, and I'm very happy to be able to listen to to what you will have to say. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Pizzo. Thank you for the very interesting and stimulating intervention. And now I have a question for Professor Maino. It comes from Liliana Minutoli and says, from the things that children say, we hear about play and education, educational play. I wonder if interdisciplinary formation of expression and language is foreseen, and also an integration between theater and body language, visual arts, and so forth.
Nello stesso tempo.
Yes, maybe I won't be able to answer all at once, but absolutely both also in introducing music in at very early age. A lot of my colleagues start from a very early age. Yes, we have also some motor training and psychometrics as well. For theater, absolutely, we have a lot of projects, and just like I was mentioning in the slide where there were kids who were playing the turtles in the carnival, the animal carnivals, and also visual representations. I mean, we didn't have time to show all the drawings, but we have tons and tons of drawings done by kids who still participated in the project because they couldn't sing or they still weren't able to play an instrument. So absolutely, it's an across-the-board approach for the collective and artistic development of these children. But it has to be implemented according to context. So in terms of generic approach, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Okay, thank you, Professor. I don't have any other questions for the moment. I would like to ask again all our speakers to speak slowly so that our interpreters can translate. We'll continue on with our program with a speech by Father Giuseppe Bucaro, who's the founder of the Orchestra of Four Quarters from Palermo. Please, the floor is yours.
Presidente.
Good morning. Thank you.
Organizzativo di questa.
Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for allowing the organization of such important moment for music and culture. And thank you for having allowed us to tell us a little bit about our experience here in Palermo. And I just would like to start by saying that everything that Professor Maino said is the fundamental basis of the Abreu method, and I absolutely support everything that Professor Maino said in her speech. I just would like to start by telling you a story about emotions, a very strong emotion when one night at the Teatro Massimo in Palermo, while listening to La Traviata, together with all our collaborators, that Violetta, the character of Violetta, was actually being played by one of our former students, who now is married with 2 children. It was a little girl who was coming from a very difficult family background, both in terms of economic background and also social background. And it was a little girl that we welcomed in our center. And we realized that she was particularly talented both for music and singing, and we really helped her start along this path. We supported her for a long time, and then finding her with Violetta being played by our little girl was incredible, was an extraordinary moment. We are certain also about the fact that hadn't she had this experience, her life would have been completely different.
non tutti I bambini.
And even though not every kid then becomes an international acclaimed artist or a professional in the artistic world, one thing that we can say for certain is that the experience they lived through their orchestra and through music
In positivo.
clearly modified and transformed their personalities. Sometimes I still meet some of them, and I see that they are very, very proud. They have a light on their face, and they tell me, Father Bucaro, I have an honest job, I can support my family, and I have to thank you because without you, my life would have been different. And my life now is different because you communicated, you told me that I was also worth it. I had values and I could use these values for my future.
Quasi scontato.
So the topic, even though it might be taken for granted, is about that famous question that we also find in Dostoevsky's Idiot, when a question is addressed to Prince Mishkin, and it says, "Is it true, Prince, that you once said that the world will be saved by beauty?" And so let's take a look at this beauty of the Four Quarters Orchestra. It's an orchestra that plays in all the different 4 districts of Palermo. And in this case here, they're welcoming all the guests of the Dolce & Gabbana catwalk that was organized actually in one of the main squares of Palermo. The orchestra, while playing for the guests of Dolce & Gabbana, also had audience all around. So all the citizens were also listening to that.
Possiamo ascoltare questo pezzo.
Can we listen to this piece, please?
perché era un pezzo appunto
Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't hear the choir because it was only a music piece.
il tema è particolarmente interessante perché
So this topic is particularly interesting because the topic and the theme of beauty has always accompanied the philosophical and the theological thought since Plato in the Conversation and the Phaedrus said the beautiful splendor of truth and has elevated to the beauty to the top of things. And in the Neoplatonic tradition, it was interpreted by St. Augustine and with the pseudo Dionysus, he has taken up its legacy. So there's always the relationship between true, good, and beautiful. For Thomas Aquinas, beauty and goodness are identified as one thing. So they're both based as on the form as the act of being. In more recent times, for the theologian of Basil, just like Thomas Aquinas, there is a systematic approach to pulchrum in the Latin word for beauty. And beauty has to do with form. So the form of an entity as an internal unity. So something that is harmonious and ordered and beautiful in opposition to chaos. In the relationship between men, the form shines, makes itself known. And the more you know the form, the more its unknown part is removed and it reveals its splendor. And you approach its mystery more. So the beauty attracts us, it arouses wonder, expresses the splendor and the light of perfection. The closer we get to a person, the more we see his splendor. And at the same time, we discover its otherness. At the same time, the relationship between the beauty, the true, and the good
e alla bontà degli esseri.
is further developed because beauty attracts and unveils the truth and the goodness of things towards we put ourselves in utter contemplation. In the unveiling of this beauty, truth, and goodness, the attitude is just of enjoyment, of ecstatic contemplation that creates wonder and excludes manipulation. Beauty that creates wonder, amazement, places the subject in the act of contemplation, thus excluding the need to transform beauty into something else. And the contemplation of the other also exclude the relationship of transformation according to models and criteria of a dominant culture. And it also implies that in relationships between people, a Socrates method is actually applied that brings out beauty in each and every one of us. This is what we apply. This is our perspective when we started in 2012 with the experience of the Four Quarters Orchestra in a very difficult context, both from the material point of view, but it's also from the social point of view. The context was the downtown of Palermo. We believe that everyone must be given the possibility of a dignified life. It goes beyond called the culture of waste and creates a society that's better than its conflicts and tensions. Every person bears great value, and putting together all these values within this structure in order to create more value, this is authentic elevation of the human person. the man cannot only be heard in his personal relationships, but sometimes struggles in making sense of his life by looking for a principle that is capable of unifying and enlightening his existence. So the use of music as an instrument of social integration as a primary means of human and intellectual promotion for young people in downtown Palermo initially involved a group of 40 children of different ethnicities, so Italian, Ghanaians, Sri Lankans, Dominicans, and so forth. And not every kid came actually from economic and social poverty backgrounds, because we wanted to really have total integration. Every child, regardless of their backgrounds, come together to share their love of music, their love for music. Every child is given the instrument with a free loan because we really want to make sure that the kid who has an instrument on his own might tell another kid who cannot afford an instrument, look, I have my own instrument. So that's why we give our instruments for free. All the different characteristics of the Abreu method is well known. It's about collective music making, being able to listen together and being part of a team thanks to everybody's contribution. The method doesn't entail any individual teaching because creating beauty doesn't only mean to just create beauty, but also to learn how to live together, creating that communion that we all aspire to. Being in a group entails that the kid is learning not only what the teacher is teaching him, but also what his peers are doing in a very healthy and in a very joyful context, because all our kids, and we saw it also with Professor Mina's story, that all the kids, if they have fun, they're joyful. The experience of the orchestra really diminishes the sense of competition also between kids, because every kid has a personal interest to make sure that the final goal is better for everybody. So it's to the advantage of the orchestra itself. The Quattro Canti orchestra, so the four quarters orchestra, is a structure where the overall result matters the most, regardless of any technical levels or any high level of performance. So we hold in high regards what the teacher says. The teachers guide us into telling what instrument is mostly suitable for which kid, but we all elevate everybody, and anyone who would like to participate and to take part in this orchestra is given an opportunity by continuing on with our idea of inclusion and with the principle of inclusion. The orchestra becomes an example of social life where everyone shares a sense of responsibility. We learn discipline, because music is discipline. We learn cooperation, because there is no orchestra unless I cooperate with my peer. And there's a creation of a spirit that fosters feelings of solidarity, justice, and honesty. It's a school for humanity. A school that really acts in all the different activities of the orchestra. The teachers, not only do they care about teaching an instrument to the kid, but they also encourage and support the students onto their growth path. So the sound is actually the synthesis of a complex and collective job that is aimed towards forming the person. There is a humanity in the orchestra. And being an orchestra that didn't choose anybody but welcomed everybody, it's a humanity also that welcomes everybody, and therefore really elevates every kid's contribution. And it's a multicolored, multiform humanity that is used every day to overcome the temptation to do everything individually, to excel without the others, and aims at sharing everything, not only who you are, but what you have. Being part of the orchestra means accepting the paths of others, therefore being freed from everyone's origins or one's difficult background. What we have and what we see is that every kid accepts the other. And it's true that music, but this is true for everything, really manages to foster the spiritual dimension of the human being, and it's capable of bringing the person back to unity, encouraging mutual listening and willingness also to dialogue. In every performance, and they do a lot of performances because it's part of the method to perform in public. In every performance, each kid gives part of his own emotions, is his own effort. And this gift represents really the true value of their humanity. So you create beauty, you create a concert, and you create beauty inside relationships that are synergies.
Un'altra dimensione è che per questi ragazzi
Another dimension is that for these kids, the orchestra experience really fosters self-confidence, self-esteem, and they feel recognized, they feel accepted by the context and by their peers. So it's important for these children to be part of the orchestra. And if they're not able to play the entire score, they have a particular score written just for them so that they become immediately part of the context of the orchestra and therefore the context of the concert.
Il ragazzo che entra nell'orchestra, ma questo fa riferimento.
The kid, the child that becomes part of the orchestra, and this is relating to the true value of music, has the possibility to learn a discipline, to learn
In questo modo
something that will help him manage his or her emotions. And that's why our children have become agents, positive agents of change, also inside their families.
Io non so se la bellezza salverà il mondo.
I don't know if beauty will actually save the world, but I know for sure that beauty will definitely make the world a better place.
L'esperienza dell'orchestra Quattro Canti
The experience of the Four Quarters Orchestra really tells us about the fact that change and making life beautiful is possible. I just would like to conclude
una foto
by showing a picture
ha suscitato un'emozione fortissima.
that for us and for our children really was incredibly paramount. This is the Four Quarters or the Quattro Canti Orchestra, who have been invited to the Vatican and were invited to play for the Pope. So you can imagine how our Excellence Pope, just like a father, just like a good grandfather, really made the experience incredibly important, and what kind of feeling they felt playing for him. Thank you. Thank you very much, really, for this contribution that, for certain aspects, it was very touching. I mean, for this session, Music and Society, we really saw music being immersed and being plunged in the different folds of society. I have two questions for Professor Rizzo. One comes from Angela Tulipano, and she says, what Professor Rizzo is saying is true. The weaker ones, those who could actually enjoy music much more than others, are excluded from school. In middle school, the kids are selected with an aptitudinal test, and only 6 of them usually are chosen to play an instrument. What can we do to solve this problem, and how can we really train teachers in that sense? Thank you. Well, we can do some things. Thank God the situation that this teacher is telling us about, it's not the standard, it's not the baseline, because we have a lot of initiatives that are out there in different schools to promote inclusion and inclusiveness. Unfortunately, though, there are some classes that are very, very numerous, and sometimes there are restraints. But we will do our best to modify these constraints as quick as possible. We're working very hard with a lot of schools, and because there are a lot of schools who found very interesting solutions, and we would like to make them available to as many schools as possible. And these solutions are very sustainable, because if they were implemented in some of them, it means they were feasible. About training the trainers, so the teachers, it's a very broad topic because there are several aspects to consider. But I think that some initiatives for training tutors are out there, and some of them are very valid, very well developed. A lot of teachers are willing to actually train on their own accord, on their own pocket money, for example. And I think we should really, though, promote programs that help these teachers, so they already train teachers to train maybe replacement teachers or just hire teachers, for example. But if you consider the entire system, school system, I mean, we have a governance, and the entire governance should really work together to tap into the internal resources they have. There are some teachers, perhaps, in some schools that have musical skills, and they could share them with their colleagues. There are several different methods, like the lesson study, that really supports that. So I think it's very important to share these skills, and this makes me really happy, the fact that these problems have been aroused. We cannot act alone, though. We have to work together with the schools, but the schools have to also collaborate. My university is very aware of this, and also our committee is very, very active in that sense. Thank you. A second question, still for Professor Rizzo, comes from Riccardo Lombardo, who is the principal for a middle school that focuses on music and the research for gestures. I would like to ask Professor Rizzo if, for the qualitative part, we could insert also a part about gestures and nonverbal communication by involving the teachers in this process. Yes, we have actually created a survey, and the survey has already been sent to the 1,500 schools, and it was mainly focused not so much on gestures, but more on nonverbal communication. So by using certain body techniques and body that really help the learning process. And this qualitative step will actually be rolled out very soon. They will involve students and teachers. We asked the regional offices to tell us about the teachers that are working vehemently towards this direction. So I would like to ask this principal to write to us and to tell us about their expertise and their skills and what this school does, because we really need new ideas and best practices that work. So I would like to thank him for the question. I have provided my email at the end of my slides for those who really would like to write me in the end. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. And also thank you to for our two questions. May I ask one thing?
Dare notizia che è in stampa.
I just would like to say that a book is being published that actually tells the experience of the Quattro Canti Orchestra, and it's a book that's been written that was written by Professor Boggio, who Gianni Letta knows very well, and it's an experience, and it's a story that tells about the experience of kids and parents, and it's about to be published together with the University of Palermo. It's just a very small contribution that we would like to give in order to show the evidence of the great efficacy of the Abreu method when applied to those difficult moments and those difficult contexts where we work. Okay, so we're going to move on to our last speech before the break, and that is Music in Schools in the Italian Society, a 40-year cultural battle. The floor now goes to Luigi Berlinguer, President of the National Committee for Practical Learning in Music and Students.
Thank you. I wish to thank the organization for inviting me this morning. It gives me the opportunity of carrying out some considerations for saying something on the subject which we have been discussing. I sometimes think the risk is that we become too radical, that we might be lacking clarity on this subject. My point of departure is upstream of what of the themes which we have been dealing with, and the point of departure is that musical activity for each human being is a cultural activity. In my opinion, it has a full right to be part of cultural activities that our society devotes itself to, and which is finalized for educational activity within the system of instruction. And it's not by chance that in certain countries which are close to us in Europe, we want to define it education, whereas the Italian language defines it differently. What those countries call education, in our country is called instruction. And I think that this has a profound meaning. The second thing is that apart from a fraction of the didactic organization and scholastic organization, music is basically absent, substantially absent from what we call programs, the object of learning that our educational structure devotes itself to.
Non ha avuto nella storia cittadinanza piena nelle scuole.
It has not been fully present in schools, not fully present in any activity devoted to students, and it should not be neglected. And we should look at how schooling has developed in this country and schooling activity and the way in which through this we have defined the fundamental cultural situation. Let's say it in another way. Music cannot be found in school culture. And I want to radicalize this expression. So school is not a culture, it's not school culture, like I said, whereas school is the reign of culture. And when I speak culture of culture, I put a capital C. And this exclusion is something that is doesn't happen just by accident. There is nothing in tradition which, except for maybe some exception of a fraction of schooling activity, which is maybe minor, that is not like this. For instance, there is a radical when a number of criticisms were posed in the past and indicate that in history, in the pluri-10-year history from the moment when Italy was born, when the Kingdom of Italy was born, it did not become part of a school culture, but of principal culture. It is a partial activity. It is practiced. It is loved. It is practiced at very high levels, but it is partial. It is partial overall in the cultural activity scene as a whole. And I am convinced that all of those things which we do, which we have to do, which we've tried to do in various occasions to begin in a process of change of this reality, have to give to music full citizenship as a cultural discipline within school, and then we'll be able to see if we have to, what we have to do for children who study in technical institutes, or else if it has to only be more aristocratically placed it for the high schools. But we have to see if we consider music as an integrating part of the cultural disciplines of this country. And therefore, if it is so, we have to derive from this the various laws which should discipline these activities. This is the first point. We can say that music is culture, can we? We can we? And then, of course, we have to deduct the consequences, the operational consequences. But in my opinion, the first point is, can we reach farther on compared to the past? Now, obviously, this is for many countries that are similar to ours, we have to put music within the primary cultural activities in the society of ours. And the second thing is, now why do I say this? Because in my opinion, before we assess another passage, an important passage, that is to say that if music is a formative activity, I am convinced that it is so, but first we have to accept that music has full cultural dignity. And we cannot neglect giving the weight that the equilibrium can foresee. But that is to be the point of view, that is to be the way we look at things. And the problem of its nature as instruction and training and formation is to be seen in connection with the premises, that is to say that music is culture. And therefore, it is not only an activity which helps to form. Of course, it has to help to form. There's no doubt about that. But the premise is that it is a formative activity which comes from the fact that it has full dignity as a cultural activity, as culture, as true culture. And I believe that we can say that we ought to say as educational culture, of course. So what are the effects of all this? All of this derives from what Father Bucaro mentioned: true, good, and beautiful. If the philosophical matrix presses us on this front, most certainly music should be part of this activity. And the educational function, the scholastic function, cannot come far away from the valence of an activity, of a main activity, the main activities in terms of beauty, like as a central activity of the educational activity, because most certainly students go to school to learn a number of elements which will then be useful for them during their adult life, to carry out a profession or to live in society actively, most certainly. So But it can't miss in the, it can't be missing from the formation of the young. It can't be missing if attention, there must be attention to the fact that what is beautiful has to be cultivated down to the end, because it is essential for the formation of all human beings, and therefore not limiting the formative strength of a discipline, of a course of studies, exclusively to the capacity of educating, as they would say in other countries. But it has to determine completely the nature of the cultural activity. So this is an essential instrument, because our young go to school for a number of reasons, and one of these reasons is that the process that they cross is also that of education to what is beautiful. Because in a society like ours, in any society, apart from giving activity of instruction a finality which is oriented more towards future activity for the young who go to school, there has to be the possibility of forming a citizen completely, a member of the social community, participating in democracy, aware with their participation and their function. And amongst these, there is also the education to what is beautiful, which is one of the aspects of education and participation and democratic participation, being a citizen of a certain country today. And it can't only be the monopoly of an elite, as it was in the past, a very restricted elite to whom was reserved what is beautiful. It is a generalized right, the right to have access to what is beautiful, as it is also the access to knowledge, therefore the access to instruction. In the Italian Constitution, which was one of the most beautiful constitutions of the world, it doesn't say the right to instruction. As instead, it says the right to health, just to give you an example. And this is strange. It's not very strange, but it is strange. But it says that school is open to everyone. This is the Italian Constitution, which means that we could deduct that there is a right to be instructed. And I see that in the Constitution there is a right, maybe in an elliptical way, to instruction for all. School is open. I don't like to say open because it seems to be a concession, but anyhow, it says it's that. So that's how we have to live. That's how we have to utilize our Constitution. And so the next step forward is, and I personally want to say that in my activity, I've very much felt a sensitivity on this subject. The activity of instruction has to give full citizenship to teaching. There's masses of literature through the decades, through the centuries even, on the fact that teaching is docere, but it can't be only this. School certainly is docere from the Latin, and certainly we have seen that it has exercised the mind of experts and students. There are many publications on this, how docere can be instrumented, articulated with an activity which is worthy of study, of being studied. But instead, learning has not been given so much attention. And I think that the school is a place where to learn. And this term, learning, which begins to be whispered now, term has not been an object of great passion and scientific research in the past, because learning has not been considered, in fact, as being the basis of educational activity. But I don't mean to say this by demagogy because I'm in favor of students or not. These are not really useful things, but it's that the function of learning, its own specific, which is different from what is called teaching or docere. And it has different perceptions, different aspects, because the function of teaching is very structured, even in its number, whereas the function of learning is a mare magnum, which goes everywhere, because so that it can be recognized scientifically, first of all, as a function of the brain, as an exercise of the brain, as a growth of personality and person. And we have introduced an equilibrium between teaching and learning, not the sense that teaching is more important or less important. These are details. These are details, but in the sense that to teach is a specific, which is to be studied, defined, so that there can be different policies to uphold, to help, to aid, but not aid giving as a present, but as in order to bring the subject of who is teaching, who is moving, following rules which are psycho-intellectual, which are certainly important, so that there can be, so they can be effectively used in the subject by the subject who is teaching. And the subject who is teaching has to become a subject for study, because there has to be a policy specifically aimed at learning. There has to be an address of activity. So in this framework, on the one hand, the beauty is central. On the other, there is an order based also on learning, and the third is that to base an educational approach on learning means to come to the creativity of the teacher, not only the transfer of knowledge. So the question is, have you studied? And so the first thing, has the teacher studied? Of course, this is indispensable, but it's not the only form through which the teaching is studied by those who are organizing this subject matter and who are organizing this activity. On the contrary, we have to understand, we begin now, educational function has an essential component, which is rediscovered, which is didactic, which is the way in which the relationship is created between the teacher and the student, and all of the cultural articulations and the technical parts of didactic has to become much more than in the past an object for studies, and so that this really can be finalized to creativity, to understanding creativity, which means the personality and the nature of what one teaches, because to teach, to say dicere, committing oneself to study and to teach is a form of culture, and the person, the teacher, who has prepared himself, who's devoted himself and has grown, is a member of Italian society who has brought the contribution to a widening of knowledge in this society, not only number-wise, but also in the forms of approach to knowledge. And because dicere is a procedure which needs to be carried out by school and taken much more seriously, much more scientifically than has happened up to now. And so, having stressed this, I want to go back to the question of inclusion and non-inclusion, because it's to be looked at this way, rather than speaking of inclusion or including. I mean, there's something paternalistic about inclusion. The culture that has not studied learning and therefore thinks that the assessment of dicere and dicente is that of considering the docente, or the teacher, as a true citizen of the Republic of Letters. There's not only this, there is his activity which aims at inclusion. Certainly, it has to aim at the assessment of subjectivity, of activity, of understanding learning, and therefore the repercussion it can have on students as a whole. And now I've come to the end of my talk, and we want to talk about music, because music has to be put into this whole context. In Parliament, I was in the past, I was not taken seriously when I once said very violently, we have to learn music. And music is a big part of our cultural activity, because music is considered amusement. So I was considered as saying something untoward. But I said music is culture, and I want to challenge those people who think they know so well all about mathematics and literature to measure themselves with music, with musical learning, because if you slip on music, you slip on everything else. Music is to be studied just like all other subjects. Maybe not more, but not less. And so this dignity must not bring to inclusion, to a form of human promotion of the discente, but to the assessment of the specificity of learning and of those instruments that a scholastic policy has to have and has to be endowed in order to favor and uphold those activities. So, in my opinion, this full dignity of music as a cultural discipline absolutely is instrumental, and full discipline as a high-value discipline for formation. And this is to be assessed because it is the most efficient instrument to promote the complete form of access to, for those who, as they say in English, a learner. The English say, I am a learner. The French says, je suis apicolo. But in Italian, we can't say I am apprendista, because otherwise it seems I'm apprentice. So in Italian, it doesn't work. So learning is not given its proper value in Italian. It's the full activity with great cultural dignity. with its strong contribution to the knowledge of one's country. So it is clear that included in this way, the result and the success in instruction and the steps forward, the theoretical instrumentation, practical instrumentation of the discipline called didactics, and the body language and the body expressions as a form of definition of the figure of those who learn are part of a whole which has to give full dignity to music with discipline, with cultural discipline, and therefore also with school discipline in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Rector, I would like to thank Professor Berlinguer for his speech, for such a passionate speech and such a passionate utterance. Thank you. Well, I can also thank the rector as well. Okay, I have two questions. One from Luciano Spinelli, and one is for Professor Rizzo. Can we have some more information about the limited amount of number of the students who can study an instrument? Please, Professor Rizzo. And what could be the solutions to avoid that? Unfortunately, the number of students that can attend a musical class depends on the teacher's capabilities. Usually a class like that is 24 students, and sometimes according to the different organization of the school, we can have also one course that's sort of spread out throughout more than one class. It doesn't have to be 24. We can have also 25, and there is no restriction about other projects, collateral projects, collaboration with local bands, local musical initiatives in order to make the experience something greater. So it depends on the funds as well. There are some schools where teachers work longer, so they work an hour or 2 hours more to teach music. And we saw that schools are finally acting, and they're really acting in the right direction. But we have to hear from the schools themselves most of the times, because there is so much diversity in that sense. And I would say that some schools organize their time schedule a little bit differently in order to then get some time back so that they can dedicate more time to more students, more pupils in their music practice, and that's very sustainable. Other two questions. I would like to know if you are planning a congress together with CM for 2021, unlike COVID, will impede these things like the one we had in Macerata. Do you know anything about this? For the moment, we don't have any news about it. I will definitely prod on the CM. And then I have a generic question to all our speakers, so it doesn't matter who's going to answer. We have Daniele Mottadelli. I'm a music teacher and a music therapist. I would like to ask, Why can elementary schools and kindergarten schools cannot have an officially hired teacher with the national lists, and can we have one than just more than just 1 hour of music? Well, the question is absolutely inherent.
Che ha fatto prima la Rizzo.
But it's also part of the comments that Professor Rizzo brought about. And it's part of a framework that entails basically the fact that we need to continue with the initiatives that we started a long time ago. And I'm thinking about all the initiatives for the music teachers and music tutors. These people have to present, introduce new ideas, and make sure these ideas are then implemented in the Italian system, because now we are discussing about what to do, but we also need to know how to do these things. So we shouldn't let these ideas just go unheard. So a big issue could be the modern exclusion, just like we talked about lengthily before. And all these ideas are great, but they need to create an aftermath, so they need to be implemented in their complexity. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. We are perfectly on schedule. So I would like to thank our 4 speakers for this very interesting session. According to the program, now we have a coffee break until 12. At 12, we'll continue talking about music and society with some examples of music in prisons with Professor Mario Ruffini, Maestro Alessandra Abbado, Michele Napolitano, and Fabrizio Cariati. So thank you all very, very heartedly, and we'll see each other at 12.
Buongiorno di nuovo.
Good morning, everybody, again.
Musica.
Let's start again our session, Music and Society, for 12. We are perfectly on time. The title for the second session is Music in Prisons, 2 examples. I would like to remind all 4 speakers to speak slowly so that our interpreters can translate, to stick to the allotted time. Again, when there will be 5 minutes left, I will open my mic again and I will tell you 5 minutes. So I would say we can go directly to Mario Ruffini, who's a musicologist and an orchestral conductor, president of the Della Piccola Center, and he will talk to us about the example of the Luigi Della Piccola School of Sollicciano. Hi. It's been 40 years that I deal with Luigi Della Piccola and his works. It's a total dedication, and it's been distracted sometimes by my other love, that is of Johann Sebastian Bach. By skipping from Della Piccola to Bach is basically going from father to son and son to father, because all this type of dodecaphony as a direct consequence is actually the modus operandi of Bach. If life of Bach was dedicated to honor God and teach the man, Della Piccola's life has been always depicted and described by tragedies and very difficult moments. But all his dramatic moments, he managed to really go through and use them as catharsis, and that's why he had created the trilogy for the prison. For Della Piccola, music was a civil commitment. Music does not exist unless you have a witness, and you bear witness of this commitment in a social way, cultural way, but also theological way. Therefore, the man has to fight every day without any continuity against forces that are way greater than him. The killing in 1937 of the Rosselli brothers, and Della Piccola was one of their teachers, mark a turning point. As a reaction to fascism, we have Tre Laudi, so the 3 beautiful prayers that are put into music, and then Canti di Prigionia. And it's not by chance that from this moment on, in all his works, we find a very autobiographic accent, autobiographic approach. And, for example, Volo nella notte, Flight in the Night, it's a fight between individual and society. Marcia is a mythological tale and represents the anxiety of the man in getting closer to God. The prisoner, Prigioniero, is the inexplicable fight of the man towards freedom. Job is between good and evil, and Ulysses represents the modern man, so his thirst for knowledge. It's not by chance that after having studied in Fiesole with Franco Ferrara and Piero Bellugi, and that stayed with me for so many years for my training, I met up with Piero Farulli to bring him my last book that was just published. And I brought him with enthusiasm, hoping that he would be interested in dodecaphony. I know for sure that Della Piccola represented a way of making music that was absolutely focused towards civil commitment. And I was very pleased and excited to realize that the class that I was assigned, where I taught was once Piero Farulli's, and it was in front of exactly the Sala della Piccola. It was occupied by the composer from 1934 and 1967. Having considered the Conservatoire Cherubini, I was able to witness a different governance. And I think that the relationship between these two educational institutions has been great. And I think it's also thanks to its director, Paolo Zampini. So music as a civil commitment. My training under the umbrella of Della Piccola's principles is really leading the way. It's always showed me the right path. My occasion in honoring my civil commitment arrives in 2012 when I started working with the prison of Sollicciano. And I started by actually watching a video called Escape from Prison, where music played a very important role, the wings of freedom. And the motto was, fear can keep you prisoner, hope can make you free. It was incredible how in the movie, the protagonist basically makes the entire duet by Mozart from the Figaro's nuptials. It makes it play to the entire prison. It's a escaping moment for music, and it's one of the most magical moments for cinema. That was really the spark for me to decide and start working actively with prisons by presenting a very ambitious project, giving the recluded ones the art of the fugue or the art of the escape by Bach. It was a concert that it was organized just out of folklore. So for folkloristic sakes, we met for 3 months and together with the prisoners and the schools. And we started from that movie that was the leitmotif, and we focused on several different emotions. And I used to talk to the prisoners about Bach many times. And I don't know if a lot of people know, but Bach himself was recluded actually for 4 weeks, from the 6th of November to the 2nd of December in 1717. And this episode really pushed me to play the art of escape for an orchestra of strings. My question was, and my main task was, to explain what a fugue was, and therefore escape. Sometimes the prisoners were illiterate, and that's why we had to use metaphors very often. So my tale was evoking freedom. And the fugue is made of voices, and voices are like kids. Think about your kids who run sometimes parallelly, sometimes against each other, sometimes in harmony, sometimes clashing with each other. Then they stop to rest, and then they continue running. And the voices, in order to fit together, they need to be diverse, because diversity is the biggest richness we have. After months of preparation, we were ready, and amongst very shocked faces, the entire theater of Sollicciano, a lot of the people from the audience thought that there would just be chaos. But explaining to the prisoners everything that we did and the purpose of that, after an hour and a half of concert, played in total astonishment from the public, and also in the presence of civils, prisoners, military, and also the Cardinal Bettori, we realized how important that has been. A lot of people had tears in their eyes in front of music that a lot of people couldn't understand, but they still made them free, together with their most dear relatives. So in preparing the art of the fugue, I remember that I talked about the importance of having kids singing together in a choir as a peak of their training. And I remember the emotions around it. And I remember the emotions from the policemen and the prisoners themselves. And at the end of the concert, the president of the court took the word and then took the floor and said, "Maestro Ruffini, you're not going to be allowed out of here unless you sign a contract in which you promise that you'll continue teaching in our prison." That was the beginning of a beautiful and exciting story, one of the most enriching story of my life. The rumor ran around and was quick to spread, and I did the same thing for 4 years, and I taught the art of fugue by Bach. I remember that in the Rebibbia prison, one in the morning for the feminine section and one in the afternoon for the male section, there was actually a tennis game between the different prisoners, and everybody was together also with the prison officers. To me, it was an incredible memory, and it stayed with me for a long time. In the years where I was a music teacher in Bologna, I remember I took some of my kids, because I used to teach at school as well, and I brought them at the prison of Dozza, and we organized a concert for clavicembalo of Bach. But we went back to Florence, and I started holding courses for music theory and practical music courses as well. It was 2013, and in 2013 I still founded the association, La Pasqua di Bach, so Bach's Easter, that stayed with me for many years. The same year, I brought some prisoners that were particularly good in reading to some events of the National Central Library. I also started in 2013 the Sollicciano Music Film Festival and lasted until 2018. It was a musical movie that was projected every Monday of the month with some very interesting proposals related to music. And if you look at the program throughout all these 5 years, you see that all these movies are dedicated to music, and all these music was played and projected on the screen every Monday, every first Monday of the month. With some prisoners, we started proposing concerts, and we had great soloists. There were concerts that were very successful and were describing important moments inside the prison, but also inside the society as well. Like, for example, the Schubert's Mass that was played with a choir and piano in honor of Monsignor Angelo Livio. In 2014, from passive practice, just by listening, we moved on to something more active, and we created the choir of prisoners. Unfortunately, though, for Sollicciano, this was a failure, and Sollicciano was not probably the right place, because Sollicciano has prisoners that are there to serve a very long term. That are not long term. So there are a lot of prisoners that come and go, and they spend very little time in prison, and it would be useless to try and focus on creating a choir with coming and go, people that come and go. So we continued with different initiatives, and in 2014 we started a new series of events that would join together the prison and the society. We had events that really joined all the population together. I'm thinking about the event that led to the execution of the Mass in B minor by Bach in 2014 with the choir and the orchestra at the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino Theater and in the San Lorenzo Basilica that was fully packed. In that context, the President of the Republic awarded us with a golden medal for the social aspect of the event, because in that occasion, we really managed to bring a lot of prisoners inside the city, and we gave them an active role, and we had them read some of the lectures during Mass. And one of the lectures is actually read by one of the council members of the city of Florence. So Soliciano, the prison, became active participant of the cultural events of the city. And the city itself became more aware about the situation of the prisons of Florence. A fixed appointment was during Christmas Mass, where during this occasion we had musical events, and I would like to really greet him, because he's now living through COVID, and we would organize an entire event with choirs, and after that they would go back to prison and would still keep singing. I'm telling all these things because doing such things in prison seems like that bringing such a cultural activity in the prison seems easy, but it's not like that. It's really an ordeal. Imagine just having someone learn how to play, but imagine having an entire choir from people being in prison. So imagine all the lines to go through, all the checkups. And I remember that at one point, one of our musicians, who was an oboist, he was working so hard and was still playing while he was going into the prison that he forgot to declare that he had a pocket knife, and it almost was a big scandal. But this is to say that the prison is always a very complex reality, but we can still make their dreams come true, and we managed to dream a little. And throughout and across all these 5 years, we changed 5 directors, 5 presidents of the prisons, and every time we had to start from scratch, and it was very, very hard. Nowadays, on the newspapers, we read about a lot of prisoners have been infected, and a lot of people that are still secluded. But we often forget that we're talking about people who have their desires and dreams. And in 2014, when my father passed away, my mother passed away, I remember that when I went back to the prison, I was welcomed with this huge bunch of olive branches, the same branches of olives that are worked and farmed by the prisoners themselves. So it's important to remember that even though you are paying for your debt to society, these people still have humanity and they still have their own dignity. So out of my extraordinary experience, I realized that in order to work in an effective way, it was fundamental to involve also the police, the prison police. I was lucky enough that the commander for the prison police of Soliciano in that moment was Mario Salzano, one of the most enlightened people that I met throughout all these years. And he was also an amateur jazz pianist. Our idea stemmed into a music school for the kids of the police of the prisons. And you remember that this was the other tip of the coin. And there are a lot of agents. Remember that we have 1,000 prisoners and 300 agents. And here you can see the concert that finally showcased the music work we did together with the kids of the agents. It's an extraordinary story that really transformed our prison. And also because the walls of prison were finally invaded by kids from 5 to 15 years of age. Sometimes it's hard to imagine a sort of rumble-shackle structure that's falling apart, filled with kids and joy. This really encouraged everyone to commit themselves and to make the biggest effort, and everybody really worked hard to make sure that also the interior structure of the prison could be freshened up and look at its best. One of the kids that was the son of one of the agents, and I think he was in 4th or 5th grade, to the question that he was asked at school, and they asked him, "Where does your father work?" He answered, my father works in a place where they make music. So it was a great experience. We had 2 piano that were donated to us, and we had classes of piano, violin, guitar, and it was completely free for over 100 people from 6 to 20 years of age. The birth of this school opened and paved the way for new initiatives that would join society and prison. The prison has to be an integral part of the city, of society, and not just something outside of it. All the events in Soliciano were about the city, and everything that was happening in the city was also about the prison. Like, for example, Bach in Black, that we organized in 2016, the 21st of June, that we did for 6 years, from 10 to 4, with 19 sections of the prison and the Garden of Encounters, where 5 different musician groups would play. It was an incredible event, and they would really touch upon every little section in Soliciano together with the agents. There was an incredible participation, and anything could happen. Because in one section you could have a lot of enthusiasm, and in another section an aggression might happen. There was this other event, Willkommen Super Mario, that really emulated the same thing that happened on the Stadium Franchi for a German football player. And it was an unexpected welcome to one of the prisoners. There were some incidents, but that didn't discourage us. And in occasion of the Festival della Piccola comes back to city, we organized an entire event for the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino in 2018, and from 9 to 3, the 24th of June 2018, four groups of musicians really played like there was no end in all the 19 sections of the prison. In this occasion, we also entitled the music school to Luigi della Piccola, who was one of the most important authors of the 1900s, and he wrote The Prisoner. And still in 2018, thanks to the director Fabio Prestopino, who had become a great friend, I managed to bring forward my idea that I already had in 2013, and that was in occasion of the movie The Wings of Freedom. The revolutionary idea was to wake up the prisoners every morning with the music of Bach and diffuse and spread the same music for half an hour every morning. And that's how the Radio Sollicciano project started. In 2019, we repeated the experience with the Della Piccola Days, with a day completely dedicated to jazz. In order to conclude, I can say that I think I know the person very well. I know Sollicciano very well. But every time the director changes, for example, also problems arise. And considering also the problems of our music school together with the lockdown, unfortunately, this is leading to a potential end to all of these initiatives. I met Lorenzo Cimatti a couple of years ago, together with also the director Fabio Prestopino. And we really hope that a school that is so structured and important like the Fiesole one, together with the vocational desire of Piero Farulli, could really get committed to the reality of Sollicciano, exactly like they did with the Piagge. So it's my biggest wish that in the next future, the music school of Fiesole could contribute and could help the music school of Sollicciano foster and thrive. And I'm sure that we can do this in honor of those characters that dedicated their lives to music and education, like Piero Farulli and Luigi della Piccola. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario, for this very, very good presentation on this activity, which truly is full of merit. So I feel that I can thank you on behalf of the University of Florence, because we too have a prison in Prato, and I go to this pole every year too, and I often hold a lesson there on music because I think it's very important. And the emotions that you have transmitted to us are very important. I'd like to invite all of our colleagues present to visit a prison, because one comes out differently from how one enters. I now have to read a few letters that have reached us. One comes from Luca Mainella. It's not a question. It's simply a communication. And I wonder, can I send a video that we did during lockdown made by the young people of the youth orchestra of Isernia? It was an idea from the schools of Molise. They are all students. They don't all come to the conservatoire. The concert, the idea of the concert was not to abandon all of those who, for one reason or the other, do not continue their institutional musical studies. Thank you. This is the link. Of course, I can't read you the link, but maybe the Secretariat can put it available to you all. Then we have a question for Professor Berlinguer, who I think is no longer connected with us. I'll read the question. Why is it that in music schools there is no study of composition? If school has to be for everyone, and everyone has to be able to have access to knowledge, why don't we give the possibility of communicating in a musical language? One teaches how to draw, but not how to make music. And then finally, comes from Laura Capelluccio, the artistic and didactic direction of Theatre Canterò. Before the end of this wonderful Congress, is it possible to know why there are no courses within conservatoires for form the future performers who will then work within the musical theater? And this future artist has to study music and singing and dancing and history of music, just like for a lyrical formation. Can I have an answer? Thank you. Laura Capelluccio, a teacher of vocality, of artistic voice. If somebody wants to give an answer, I'll give them the floor.
Io potrei rispondere.
I can give an answer on the first question.
Sulla questione del...
On the question of the courses for composition in the music schools. It is prevalently a problem of time and of maturity of the children, whereas one knows that in the school, one has tried, and Luciano Berio, in fact, tried very important experiments to involve children in this composition. So the problem is in the subdivision of the curriculum, and it is a very good idea to understand how one plays music. One has to know how it is written, how to write it. But there's not an overall absence of involvement of children. The problem is to institutionalize it and put it in a curriculum that has limited spaces. And as far as regards the second question on the programs for the conservatory, I think that experimentally these things do take place. The problem is that of circulation of information, of having a sort of a data bank where we can come to know which are the courses which are not standardized for instruments and for singing. Thank you. Now we can go forward. I wish to remind you that from this moment onwards, the next speakers have available 15 minutes. And so I will then remind them when the 10th minute approaches. We begin with these three 15-minute interventions. Let's begin with Alessandra Bado, who is speaking from Bologna, and Laparello, and
Buongiorno. Spero si senta.
Alessandra Abbado, who is president of Mozart 14 APS.
Non sono sicura che funzioni la voce.
Io sento.
Perfetta, buongiorno.
Good morning. Professor Ruffini has eaten up half of my presentation. I want to thank him because he has brought us inside of the prison, so it'll be easier and to aim my intervention, which is accompanied by the directors of the Patageno choir and the activity of Leporello in the prison for minors. I am honored to render homage to Piero Farulli. I want to thank Adriana Verchiani for having invited me. I am Alessandra Abbado. I am president of Mozart 14. Born in 2014, the objective was to bring contribution to the society, continuing what had been invented at the time by Claudia Abbado. We go on with the teachings of our family, giving it a unity through concrete actions. The value of music as a companion in one's life. This means continuing to give dignity to sufferance and to social difficulties. Music has great power of overcoming barriers, as my father used to say. And with these words, we begin the manifesto of Mozart 14. Music has the great power to overcome cultural limits and psychophysical limits. It becomes a universal instrument of communication and freedom. And all of this is the most important part of what the association promotes. From 2006, we bring music therapy to children in pediatric hospitals in the Sant'Orsola Hospital of Bologna. On November 14th, we presented two important researches, an observative study in oncology and a clinical research in intensive therapy in the neonatal department. And both have the objective in line with the international studies to show the benefits of music therapy in rehabilitation. There is a Cherubino from 2017, the laboratories for rhythm and percussion for adolescents who do not hear, who are deaf. So it stimulates self-esteem and socialization and favors a greater awareness and certainty in using one's voice and one's hearing potential. We now enter within the prison. These choirs, Papageno and Leporello, are the choirs that take place in the prisons. It is a rediscovery of beauty, and it's educational. And through the walls of the prison, it transmits the songs and music of ensemble. And the chorus, Papageno, has been active since 2011. It's the first Italian choir made by both men and women of Rocco D'Amato home in Bologna. It is what Professor was mentioning before, what Maestro was mentioning before. The choir is accompanied by 30 external people in the choir who belong to choirs in the city, all choirs directed by the same master. Thanks to the presence of these volunteers, there often are important personal relationships between the prisoners, which could continue even after they have left the prison. There are also lessons of musical alphabetization and vocal technique, which are carried out by teachers Napolitano and Martire. This course is to offer the members of the choir a further instrument to improve their knowledge and awareness in the use of their voice, and to go deeper into knowledge of music. The lessons of Papageno, because of their valence, have been put into the curriculum of the school within the prison. Fundamental is the cooperation with the Metropolitan Center for Instruction and with the scholastic director. And some teachers have become choir members. And every year we organize two concerts. One is inside for the prisoners. The other one is open to the citizens of Bologna. And all this is possible thanks to the cooperation with all of the management and direction of the prison. And especially I wish to thank Director Claudia Clementi, who with very many activities, as she says, is building a cathedral of beauty, as she terms it, as she defines it. For its high social value, in 2016, the Papageno choir was invited to sing at the Senate at the time of the musical feast in the year dedicated to integration. They exhibited in front of Pope Francis in the Basilica of St. Peter's in the Vatican, and hosted pop star Mika, with whom they called the Ave Verum by Mozart, for the program Stasera Casa Mica. This experiment then brought to a film called Shalom, Music Comes From Inside, Voyage in the Papageno choir with the with the director Negroni and directed by Consono. Cerono was transmitted by Rai Television and distributed the world over. We have a trailer by Shalom, which I'd like to show you.
Il 4 maggio dell'anno scorso.
On May 4th of last year, the Papageno Choir went through a unique experience. At the Teatro Manzoni in Bologna, it exhibited itself with the trio of Jazz Hurricane and with the Milos Quartet. Thanks to the Ministry of Justice and the Tribunal of Bologna, the choir for the first time was at its complete formation in its own city. Change was the title of the concert, and it's a piece by Hurricane. The choice of organizing this evening comes from the biography of the artist. Hurricane is son of a teacher in law. He's very sensitive to the problems of detention, and he asked if he could play with the choir as an example of the power that music has to bring down barriers and prejudice and to teach mutual listening, cooperation, and sharing, elements which are substantial to live well in a civilized fashion. And I want to show you this video, too. It's very brief.
There must come a change.
Per noi sono emozioni forti.
These are very strong emotions. I see Michele Napolitano is here with us too. I'm glad to read what certain prisoners have written to us, what they wrote to us after this concert. Thank you. Thank you for having us felt free as we hadn't felt for very many years. We want to thank you for the great faith that you have put in us, for the great trust, and we hope that in our small way we've been able to achieve something quite great. It has been wonderful to feel the warmth of people in clapping their hands, and the silences too, to feel the emotion that there was on Saturday. And the experience with the choir has always been an emotion for the choir members and for William Mozart, who believe in the strength of the choir. And Claudia Bau, you say that singing is the most spontaneous expression of music. It's the most natural one, and choir is the most immediate form of doing music together, making music together. Every person is concentrated on the relationship of their voice with everyone else's. Learning to sing together means learning to listen one another. Choir, therefore, is a valid expression of what is at the basis of society, knowledge and respect of each other and of one's neighbor. Apart from the Papageno choir, Mozart 14 brings music to the minors present in Bologna, where music therapy began, and songwriting also. From this activity, 3 songs were born. They were written by the young prisoners. You'll listen to them later with Fabrizio Cariati, who is a music therapist of the Leporello Association. The texts show their emotions, their fears, their doubts, their rebellion, but also their hope for a better future. Through music, they rework creatively their conditions as prisoners. And in both projects, music becomes an educational instrument, and thus we create a strong spirit of cooperation, of integration, and mutual listening, important values of civil society. On December 1st at 9 on web radio, the Neo Radio of Bologna, Mozart 14 opened a program with a tale by Donatella, who was a former prisoner and who was a choir member. It was something very special. It finds the space to talk to each other and understand each other through music. They took 3 pieces. The Regina della Notte on to Vasco Rossi and beyond. This opportunity is important because it allows us to tell stories which often remain at the margin of society, stories which are close but which feel far away if they don't strike us personally. And through radio, we can give life to those who have frequented our laboratories, but also people of other social realities. Never as now is it fundamental to become a network. And it is thanks to radio and thanks to online, because it would have been wonderful to come together in Fiesole, but it's not possible. If we of other realities of the third sector will still be active, it means that the correct attention has been given to art and music and beauty and all of that which we wish to bring to the weakest members of our society. I want to close with change. I see in future a choir in each prison, men and women who exchange their life and their experiences and their dreams. And those who know how to listen to them are fortunate. And there is a lot of work behind it to bring to you the right note. Thank you.
Grazie mille.
Thank you very much. And at this point, we go on with the example of Bologna. And I want to give the floor to Michele Napolitano, who is director of the Coro Papageno of the Caso Circondariale Rocco D'Amato. You have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. I am a choir conductor. I teach also choral composition at the Conservatoire of Ferrara. During my speech, I will tell you a little bit about this wonderful adventure of the Papageno choir, stemmed from an idea of the great conductor Claudia Batto, and then continued by Mozart 14 Association, whose chair is his daughter, Alessandra Batto. The story of the Papageno Choir became 9 years ago, more precisely on October 17, 2011, when we firstly entered the Bologna prison for our first rehearsal. The choir did not exist yet. Everything was still to be built. The inmates were looking at us with curiosity, some very amused, others were more skeptical and more incredulous. It was our first meeting of what would become, in few years, a musical pathway with a strong human component. It's hard to forget those very first exciting moments for me and for those who are living through that experience. The first thing I would like to highlight is what the Papageno project represents and the way it's organized. It's an example of collaboration between many parties. It's created thanks to the collaboration with Mozart Association, the Mozart 14 Association, and the prison of Bologna. And they represent two souls. On one side, the prison administration and police officers, and on the other side, we have the educational area and the school. As I said, there is a collaboration that's been going on for 8 years, and this allows inmates that are attending the school to take part once a week in choir rehearsals within their training course. Throughout all these years, there are so many people that supported the project. These people were convinced in its strong cultural, social, and rehabilitation value, and they were all joined together, united in the awareness of wanting to give back somehow, a sense of dignity to those in detention. So culture, and in our specific case, making music together has to be an asset that's available to everyone, and probably even more to those that are at the margins, at the peripheries, social peripheries of society. This was the main soul, the main idea that encouraged Maestro Abbado when he wanted to create a choir in the Bologna prison. And it's thanks to his spirit, together with the awareness and the responsibility, that we started this choral activity. And I personally tried, together with so many other people, to carry on with this dream that has become, in those years, a very tangible reality and a real psychological support for prisoners. While I'm talking to you, though, I cannot hide the great sorrow and sense of discouragement that I feel since March 2020, when we had to stop all the activities due to the pandemic. So everything I'm going to be telling you are linked to the years of 2011 to March 2020. Unfortunately, due to the great uncertainty due to the COVID emergency, we really hope we'll be able to return to the prison as soon as possible with all the safety precautions and to make our choristers sing. The project is organized like that. It's a weekly rehearsal for about an hour and a half with only male voices during the first part of the morning and only female voices in the second part. Together with me, we have two other collaborators that are part of the artistic team. Stefania Martin, a singer and vocalist of national fame and teacher at the Modern Singing Conservatoire of Bergamo, and Claudio Napolitano as well, freelance pianist for jazz training. Their work offers a second moment of learning, like a further moment for choristers, and also a particular focus on vocal technique and musical theory, the rehearsal of also individual parts, and also tackling musical problems and individual, for example, incorrect postures while they're singing. To these two moments, we have also once a month the presence of 20 to 30 external volunteer choristers who sing in choirs in Bologna. This is a very fundamental event because we can really use their support in just serving as an inspiration and together with their vocal skills. And like that, we promote a faster learning process of the songs and the repertoire. And we have all the inmates discover how really to play the songs in their entirety. But this appointment is certainly valuable for other aspects that are way beyond just the solely musical one. We put female voices together with male voices, and we put in communication two realities, two universes that are totally separated. And at any given moment, those who are inside come into contact with those who are outside. And I think this is a very precious aspect because it represents for inmates the fact that the outside has not forgotten them, and on the contrary, it actually takes care of them. And at the same time, also for outside choristers, is an opportunity to get to know a world that otherwise it would be very difficult to imagine. And throughout these 9 years, the Papageno Choir has welcomed a few hundred of inmate choristers. Some of them have been here since the very beginning. Others stayed with us just for some months. But in the majority of cases, the hours we dedicated to making music together represented a moment, excuse me if I use this term, a moment of escape, of escapism, a moment of freedom, and at the same time, an opportunity to come into contact with one's emotions, because the voice really create a deep connection with ourselves. Making music together then means also to adhere more or less consciously to a whole series of unwritten rules that are inherent in group work, and especially when it comes to music and choir. So mutual respect, support between choristers within the same section, coming into contact and empathy with those who are next to us, and probably the most important thing, listening to each other. The Papageno Choir is open to all prisoners who request it and that are considered by the pedagogical area of the prison to be compatible with the group activity, depending also on the crime they committed. There are no vocal selections or musical selections, precisely because we're convinced that every human being should have the opportunity to express themselves vocally and live their musical attitude. The voice is a privileged means of expressing one's cultural, emotional heritage. Everyone can contribute to the final result and actively participate to the process of its construction, everyone with its qualities and limitations. And that's why we have people in the choir who just love to sing or studied music since they were children, or just music passionates. But most of the times we have people that have never studied or made music in their lives, and thanks to the choir, these people discover their voice and the irresistible fascination of growing together and building each other while sharing moments of beauty. The choir inside the prison is like a micro universe of relationships, and it's based on mutual respect, just like we said before, with a common goal of growing as a group, not just from the musical point of view, but also from so many different other points of view. In principle, our music making is aimed at communicating emotions rather than performance. But throughout these years, we also had concerts. Every year, we have 2 concerts. The first one, it's called by us, who work on the project, the internal concert, and it's kind of a performance addressed to fellow inmates that are not part of the choir. It takes place between March and April, where in a period of the year where the entire prisoners group is actually settled down in terms of numbers. Due to the very nature of the group, and after the summer break, a lot of choristers are not the same. Some have been freed, so they were at the end of their term, got out. Others just started, but they're still awaiting trial. There are some veteran prisoners who have been basically the same for many years, or the stable core of the choir that allowed us to not having to start from scratch every year. The second concert is open to the public. It's a real concert to the citizens, and through donations they can attend the work done during the year. The concert is also enriched by the Myros string quartet that accompanies and works together with the choir with some songs. The choir's repertoire ranges from classical to popular songs, with a preference also for ethnic music, which is being proved particularly suitable due to the intercultural presence of the Papageno choir. So we sing in Italian, Latin, English, but also Arabic, Macedonian, Roma, Swedish, so many different languages. And by singing together, helps us discover new soundscapes, new cultural landscapes, and really educates to share cultural and sometimes religious aspects that are different from each other. And in this case, music, or the musics, we know that are a universal language and are able to bring people together and make the most distant hearts vibrate together. And it's definitely the right tool to really foster and spread the values of welcoming, mutual respect, and sharing. And also, little by little, in helping building the idea of peace. The events that Alessandra Abbato showed us definitely left a great mark in us. From the looks of joy in the eyes of the inmates, the letters of thankfulness, and small gestures. I will never forget the conductor's baton made of wood, made by prisoners who tried his hand in the carpentry of the prison, and then the hugs, the tears of joy at the end of the concerts, or at the last rehearsal before the summer break, where we separate for a while, and all the emotions we have experienced that are as many as the notes that we sang, and we hope we'll sing again. The beauty of the Papageno choir and all the choirs that could be created in all the Italian prisons lies in the strength of music that brings human beings together and makes them capable of accomplishing greater ordeals than them, ordeals of infinite beauty. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for this beautiful speech. I would like then to conclude our morning session with Fabrizio Cariati in his speech.
Thank you and good day to all. I want to thank you for this wonderful opportunity. It truly is a pleasure for me to share with you the experience of the Leporello project made by Associazione Mozart 14. It's music therapy, as our president was saying. It began in June 2015, and it's for the young boys of the Pratello area in Bologna. That's where the institute, that's where the prison is. It's done by a team of music therapists who are specialized with Music Space Italy and are part of IEM, the Italian Association of Music Therapy. Apart from me, there are my other colleagues who I wish to greet: Marco Paganuccio, Timothy Briscoe, Serena Rinaldi, and Lorenzo Bernini. And we are followed, and we have the supervision from the coordinator of the project for Music Space by Barbara Zacchi. During the meetings, we are always accompanied by the coordinator of the Leporello project of Mozart 14, Matilde Davoli. Our work is based on therapy and promotes the use of musical experiences with various aims. The experiences are oriented to favor a process of change and development of relational and communicative competences. And this clearly, evermore, is aimed at the social message, as in the case of boys who are in the penitentiary in Bologna. The meetings that took place, I speak in the past, because unfortunately, since our COVID situation, the activities have stopped, and we just can't wait to begin again as soon as possible. Activity up to now has been held every Thursday afternoon from 4 to 6 p.m. with 2 music therapists each time, and they're aimed to a maximum of 8 participants. The activity takes place in a room on the first floor of the prison. It's equipped for music, so we have a series of musical instruments of different types. We have a battery, different percussions, from atarbuk to djembe to different percussions, maraca, sheker. We also have guitars, an electric bass, an amplifier, and a microphone. All of this to make the setting more suitable to intervention. Clearly, I won't specify the complications tied to the dimension of a penal institute, so you can imagine the times to go in, access to the classroom. We have to wait for the arrival of the prisoners. We need a turnover for the guards who allow all of these movements to take place. The structure of the meetings is in 2 particular moments. There's a first moment, which is welcome. We see the difficulties that the boys have gone through that day. We try and channel them through. We try and get them to express it through music improvisation. This then comes to a dimension where each one of us listens to the rhythm which is proposed by these boys. And once these rhythms have been listened to, they're upheld. So it's a whole dimension of listening so that we can then come to play together. But this dimension of listening, of course, has positive repercussions on being together. And then we have felt the need to find some space to devote ourselves to the form of songwriting. Songwriting, as you know, is a technique used in music therapy where we give importance to the people who need to make concrete what they are living through, and so they can transform it into something which represents a symbolic object, a concrete object like a song is. And in 2016 and 2017, the Mozart 14 Association advanced the request to put within the objectives of the Leporello project that of writing and achieving and recording and then widespreading the songs born within the Leporello laboratory. And it is clear that this request is also born from the fact that we had different people who showed a certain predisposition for this activity. Often we found ourselves with authors of texts and songs of a rap matrix. And of course, this request was completed without varying the objectives of the project, because in fact it was a way of giving value to characteristics of each boy. It is clear that in the songs we did, we wrote both the text and the music, and this required a great deal of work. It was a profound work which everybody carried through. The boys too had to develop this different abilities. Maybe there's nothing new in wanting to write songs, because since ever these songs have spoken about the human soul. But in this specific work, the process was important as the product. We have to imagine a group of boys who decide to share this experience and decide to write songs which are shared and which can be shared. So not an act, a single act, not a subject who has an individual possession of the product, but a way of making everyone happy and giving a gratifying, expressive results. And this was difficult for our boys, but they went through and they got to the end, even if they had to go through some frustration, but they got to a product which could be shared. Music therapy through the years has brought to education continuity. Certainly, the perception is that there is a different awareness in music therapists, in educators, in the boys, and also in the guards and in the assistants. And so this relation in times becomes even more significant and also effective, so much so that the activity has become a point of reference every week, where we want to participate at all costs, which we don't want to miss. And sometimes we have overcome the number of participants established in order to make everyone happy. This was a brief overview of what we achieved through the Leporello laboratory. And at this point, before saying goodbye, I want to share with you two of the three pieces which we set up during the activity of Leporello. And the first song I chose is called Diamanti, Diamonds. It gave the title to l'EP, to the mini CD that the Mozart 14 Association did. It's a song that was written by many people. I want to tell you a funny anecdote. This song became the hymn of the music therapy activity that our institute does, because it was the first song to be written, and then what was set up as sort of the authors, the original authors, in time. Some were transferred, some finished their term, but anyhow, the song is still sung by young people who are not even authors. So we have this memory that at the end we would see them go back to themselves singing, still singing along. The other one is called Correa, which means liberty in Arabic. And I chose these two pieces because they're accompanied by video clips. Of course, due to privacy, we can't make the boys, the prisoners, recognizable. I think they help to describe the setting and the type of activity. We concentrate on the text in the first case, and in the second case, instead, we talk about music of ensemble and improvisation. Thank you for your attention. And if we can share the screen, I want to have you listen to Diamanti by Leporello, done by Mozart 14.
mentre questa stanza senza libertà.
Quando esco di qua cambio dignità.
Con i miei compagni dentro quattro mura, con le nostre madri che piangono di paura.
Non sono malato di mente, a volte non sento più niente.
Ho perso tante cose ma non sono un perdente. Pensieri chiari senza felicità, affrontiamo la vita senza libertà.
Scusa mamma per il dramma, è solo una condanna, siamo forti più di un'arma. Scusa mamma per il dramma, è solo una condanna, siamo forti più di un'arma. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti.
In attesa del destino ai domiciliari, giorni di dolore, bagni di sudore, come le canzoni dei ragazzi bravi, piange il nostro cuore come criminali, sempre a testa alta, senza sofferenza, non resta la mia testa senza dipendenza, lacrime sprecate che non vengono apprezzate, male interpretate come fossero malate.
Scusa mamma per il dramma, è solo una condanna, siamo forti più di un'arma. Scusa mamma per il dramma, è solo una condanna, siamo forti più di un'arma. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. Non pensate che siamo differenti, abbiamo il cuore bianco più dei diamanti. حرية ora le mar حرية حرية deve aspettare حرية حرية ora le mar حرية حرية deve aspettare vedo una barca in mezzo al mare soffia il vento per farla viaggiare fuori rotta dove si va all'orizzonte la libertà. La mia famiglia, tutti gli amici, che meraviglia, tutti felici. Orreia, orreia, ora le mar, orreia, orreia, devi aspettare. Orreia, orreia, ora le mar, orreia, orreia, devi aspettare. Vedo una nuvola a ciel sereno, da dove arriva e chissà dove andrà. Vola leggera, non come noi,
deve aspettare. Orreia, orreia, ora le mar. Orreia, orreia, deve aspettare. Vedo una luce in quella casa, penso al mio tempo fuori di qua. Trema la voce se chiedo scusa, vorrei tornare nella mia città. La mia famiglia, tutti gli amici, che meraviglia, tutti felici. Orreia, orreia, ora le mar. Orreia, orreia, deve aspettare. Orreia, orreia, ora le mar. Orreia, orreia, deve aspettare. Vedo una notte di luna piena, cerco una stella che sorriderà. Vuoi aspettarmi? Vale la pena, sono a 2 passi dalla libertà. La mia famiglia, tutti gli amici, che meraviglia, tutti felici. Orreia, orreia, ora le mar. Orreia, orreia, deve aspettare. Orreia, orreia, ora le mar. Orreia, orreia, deve aspettare.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With this, we would like to conclude almost on time. We have 8 to 9 minutes, a little bit off schedule, where we'll conclude this morning session, Music and Society. I would like to thank all the speakers. And for those who would like to continue listening to our afternoon session, I would like to recall that we will start again at 2:15 with music as an instrument of peace. So have a great day and congratulations for all the projects you've embarked on. Thank you.
Grazie, magnifico rettore, grazie
Thank you, Rector Magnificus. Thank you for all these super interesting speeches. I would like to confirm we're going to stop for a lunch break and we're going to see each other at 2:15 with a session Music as an Instrument of Peace.
Diamo inizio alla sessione pomeridiana.
Let's begin our afternoon session of our Congress. Music as an instrument of peace. I give the floor to the chairman, Andrea Estro, who is director of Classic Voice and vice president of the National Association of Musical Critics. You have the floor, Mr. Estro. Good evening to you all. And first of all, I want to thank our hosts, the organizing and promoting committee of this marvelous Congress, Farulli 100, which we followed with a great deal of enthusiasm. There are about 40 institutions in Florence and in Tuscany and at a national level that have given life to this important event. I bring the greetings of Dr. Gianni Letta, who is chairman of the National Committee, he's followed all of the sessions, but this afternoon he had another engagement and he couldn't be with us, but he is with us in spirit. Oh, he says, he says, I'm here but can't stay till the end. And I'm the one who want to thank you all on behalf of the committee, because you have created an extraordinary Congress, really marvelous. I hope also that it is important for the musical culture of Italy. Thanks to everyone, one by one. Everyone was fantastic, one better than the other, one more fantastic than the other. So with this great statement, the presence of the committee is authentic and alive. I also wish to bring the greetings of Angelo Folletto, who is president of the National Association of National Critics, who unfortunately could not be with us today. Maybe he will take the floor a bit later on in the afternoon. As deputy chairman, I will replace him. And of course, Angelo is a part of the family of Fiesole and Farulli, because he has shared for quite some time the project of the initiative. The session today is devoted to the social function of music, and within this great category, the importance of music in the context where we look for dialogue and peace. And all of those territories where this demand is urgent, we must go back to the original lesson of Piero Farulli, that of music, especially chamber music. The chamber music and music in general has no texts or statements or contents which are just verbal or literal. But in certain contexts, this apparent weakness becomes its great strength, that of being able to be away from this dimension of being verbal. In how many occasions we have understood, we have found situations where this piece is discussed. We know that petition, that subject has been an obstacle. Sometimes a word has halted a whole initiative. It has happened. So not having this problem, it becomes the opportunity to make music, to make chamber music, understood as a mutual exchange, becomes something more, which allows us to overcome those problems and to make them more relative, and to have one understand that making music together, finding the right sound, the right fraseggio, the right timing, that element becomes even more important than the possible contents. The supreme value of dialogue overcomes the details of that dialogue, of those contents where the dialogue should be built. So music becomes a celebration of dialogue and its importance as such in itself. This is the great lesson that Farulli has taught us, the experience of Fiesole, and also the realities, the experiences which around the world witness the day after day this truth in music, this function. And that is why this afternoon we will be listening to some friends who have created initiatives of great importance on this subject, on this front. One of these initiatives, which we'll be talking about today, is Musicians for Human Rights. And I want to ask Alessia Allegrini to take the floor. She's a musician. We all know her. And the founder of this association. So I give the floor to Alessio Allegrini. Good evening. I want to thank you for this invitation, which is very important for me, very exciting. I will begin by explaining what we have thought, what we have done during these 12 years of projects. I must say that this movement was born from a thought which starts from my youth, starts in my youth when I was a young boy. I was lucky enough to see the world thanks to music and to see it with the eyes of a young man, even if I was superficial like all young people are. But it was a Siddhartha voyage to explore the world with sensitivity. My experience of the world is of a popular level, from the people. Everywhere I went in the world, I always tried to find contact with the people. In Bogota, I'd go to the most popular places, maybe difficult places to frequent. In the southern part of Europe, I go to Ramzi or in Ramallah, another place where there is really a contact with the people, who needs to be which needs to be made concrete through our contribution. And the same, one goes to richer countries. In Japan, there are very many social problems. Also, in rich problems, there is an absence of rich. I've known in Japan the situation of the buraconin, the situation of women who come back from Europe after having studied music for years and years in the most important schools in Germany, and then they come back to Japan and they are not considered from the musical point of view, because they come back to their families and just do what they come back to a feudal level of existence, because very many reason in this sense. So this is to tell you that thanks to music, I touched many different realities. I saw many different realities. I had a number of experiences. And when I spoke of the people, I spoke of an active people, people who participate in the political sense of the word, and who I've always thought that if I had been born as he during the period of the war, I would have been a partisan like he was during the war. I was born at a moment which apparently was luckier. I was born at a moment where it is difficult to be partisan of one thing or the other, on one side or the other, but it is necessary nonetheless. Today, we can't go to the mountains and find the Brigata Garibaldi of the partisans and say, here I am. Today, you have to create your own field of action. And that is why, after a number of experiences, I said, I met friends. Some are very important, and they're here with us today. Ramzi, Guido, and Luca Franzetti. they are part of the dear friends and comrades in my struggle, which I have met throughout my experience. And at a certain point, I decided to give back to music what music gave me. Music gave me the possibility to know these different realities. These realities gave me the possibility of growing as a musician, because it is necessary to study technique, it is necessary to know an instrument. But we also have to understand why we play, why we study. Basically, I am against the national schools. I've always thought that there are no boundaries. I've always thought that there are no great ways to interpret something. I've always thought that there is a fundamental element, which is that of giving back to the composer what the composer has given to us, respecting what the composer has written. And in order to do this, we need to be modest. We need to emerge from oneself and to understand what being a composer means. And that is when one enters into what one is. Thus, as a composer, it's useful to have experience, to have knowledge of sacrifice, of pain, what I have come to know through the eyes that have seen many different realities. So at a certain point, looking at things in a mirror, I said that music helped me. Music opened roots for me. And through music, I have to help. I have to continue upholding the people. I have to use the instruments, because music has to be instrumentalized in order to express sentiments. And when we speak of sentiments, this is something else which I don't like, which is music in the aesthetic sense. Music and politics. Music is politics. Music is participation, but music expresses sentiments, human sentiments. And expressing human sentiments, it expresses all sentiments, because otherwise it is not well. I express it as all sentiments, that of what is beautiful, that of joy, that of passion, that of sufferance, that of fear, and that of the worst part of society, that of catastrophe, the catastrophe of war, of human evil, of the diabolical beings that we partly are. And so, at a certain point, if there's a language to express all this, there is a language that needs to uphold the development of rights of people who don't have these rights, because those people know the terrible things of human being, but they don't know happiness, and they have a right to enjoy happiness, because music teaches us that globality is participation. If one has lived a life, if one has discovered and touched every dimension of sentiment. For instance, I can go down into the analysis of how I decided to feel sentiment through, for instance, an idea that Galandi's writings gave me. Human suffering is made by very many facets. We can't know all of suffering, fortunately, because each one lives his own suffering. But we can think, we can feel. We can feel indiscriminate. If we can put ourselves in the understand how a woman feels when she's escaping with her child on a rubber boat across the ocean, one can maybe understand and make an exercise of descending into that person, into that situation, into that dramatic situation, which fortunately we do not live, but which we are not to obscure in our mind, because too often our organism, our brain, creates a wall in front of horror, because this is part of the evolution of the species. We need to preserve ourselves. We need not to go mad when we are faced with the lack of rights, when we are faced with the sufferings of others, and therefore we close ourselves. And I decided, together with my best friends, those who felt that they could undertake this journey, I decided to undertake it. And I called to myself all of my greatest friends to begin a project. And from this project, other projects took place because, as Ernesto de Vara was saying, 20,000 and 100 Vietnams is an inspiration of mine, which means that when faced with the terrible fact of absence of rights, opening the route and giving input to other people, other individuals who are next to you and who can be like you, with you, can be partisans in the mountains, like my grandfather was, and can develop rights for everyone. This was the journey I took. And then from the technical point of view, it was extremely difficult. There are very many people who are part of this conference today and who somehow uphold music and who uphold culture. And this is something incredibly good and fundamental. From the point of view of sustaining the Musicians for Human Rights project, I was deeply disappointed by the negative and cold welcome of the Italian institutions. Our main support comes from Switzerland. And I want to tell you more about this, because the support of human rights in Italy is sad if it has to go through other peoples, other countries. So I think that we can't go very far if we only act like this. On the other hand, if we see Gino Strada in any newspaper, it's clear that one could be discriminatory when there is a project of Musicians for Human Rights. And instead, I met Antonio Papisca in Padua for the first time, and we became more than friends, twins, in spite of the difference in age and culture and grandness of this master, Antonio Papisca. When we began talking about music and rights, I spontaneously felt and said, if music and law were sisters-in-law, if they could be children of the same mother, because music is law, music is rule, music is sentiment, and so music has to be in the Olympus of the gods, has to have a fundamental role, and so has to be sister-in-law of law. And therefore, in this course, speaking of practical projects, we began creating an orchestra called Human Rights Orchestra. And for what? Because we are musicians. We aren't teachers in human rights. We had the intuition, and I remember when we did the presentation at the Senate, and we were invited by the Honorable Marcenaro. It was for PAIDEIA, and the journalist attacked us, saying, "You are just groups that want to show off going to Lampedusa. You are what does music have to do with human rights?" And I just answered, you ask me why Musicians for Human Rights, and I wonder why not journalists for human rights. And I wonder why not ice cream parlors for human rights, or mechanics for human rights, or billionaires for human rights. Why not create associations for what is good, to create associations just for being Freemasons and for one's own selfish interests. So I'll ever be more convinced as I go on. I remember the Ministry for Instruction. There was a time when they gave us 50,000 euros a year, and we got to the last euro to be able to go on with our projects until finally one day, from one minute to the next, we finished. There were no other supports, and so we who went to the refugee centers to go on with our project through music, we found ourselves saying to these women, to these children, that we couldn't uphold them anymore. A project that we had in a prison for young. It's a juvenile prison for girls who are minor, who are gypsies, because in Italy we know how they're discriminated against. Because, for instance, a dear friend of mine of the American embassy said to me that Americans were studying because it seemed incredible that a people who has lived through the resistance, who has a constitution which comes from such beauty, could have fallen into such a profound discrimination. Imagine that in Rome, if people stop at a traffic light, and this is somebody from the American embassy told this, so if you ask them, what do you think about gypsies, 100% of people will say they should be either sent away or burnt. Of course, this is an exaggeration because I too live in Rome, and I can tell you that this is not true everywhere. But in part, I believe it is. And you have 1 minute left for your conclusion.
In
fact, when I was invited, I asked whether how long I was supposed to speak for, because I could speak like Chavez for 8 hours. But I'll just finish by saying that our movement, in spite of everything, continues going on, is very strong, and we have projects in many parts of Europe. And we are proud of upholding the development of human rights through music and of continuing in our process of construction of a world which is to be more educated in the field of human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed what you said, both at the beginning about the principle that goes against the rules that allow everyone to establish a dialogue and talk to everyone, very democratic as well, with together this burst of the musician to try and open as much as possible to the others, because a lot of time the musicians are closed up and they express their virtue just behind closed doors. So this is definitely novelty, and it should be welcomed with great joy, and because a lot of musicians are starting to express their way of living in the world in a different way. And I would like to say that if you have any questions, you can send it onto the chat. And at the end of every speech, I can ask the speaker to answer them. We're going to continue, and the following speech is very connected to what Alessio Allegrini said. Claudio Abbado is keeping us good company in these speeches, and he used to say that chamber music and in general music is is played and it's made also to be listened to, but also for the musician to be listened to. So I think that in this atmosphere, I think our speeches are very, very fitting. And that's why right now we would like to invite Guido Barbieri, music historian and dramatist and co-founder of the Human Rights Orchestra, to speak now. So it's a body that basically comes from the organization we just talked about. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all. And thank you, Adriana, in particular, because she had the intuition of inserting and calling to participate inside this Congress dedicated to Piero Farulli. Also, those people that have taken his example and transformed it into a different type of music. I'm going to talk about what has happened in the future, in the next years, and after Alessio started his project, and I think it was 11 years ago, we were on a bus and we were coming back from a tour from Santa Cecilia, and we started asking ourselves, why can't we do what everybody else is doing? So creating an association that it's not self-referencing and it's not just looking at its own things, but is able to really convey everything to the others. Unfortunately, we're not billionaires, so we couldn't found the association Billionaires for Human Rights. We were not mechanics nor ice cream producers, even though it would have been fun. But we are musicians. Alessio is a activist and a musician. I'm a music historian. And at that point, we chose to call ourselves musicians for human rights and found the Human Rights Orchestra because being a musician is also a tool for fighting, to bring about our ideas. So we decided to create an ensemble, to create an orchestra with all the difficulties that we had in that moment, to gather together 100 people, 120 people, 120 musicians around the same ideology. And what was this idea? You'll excuse me if I'm not going to talk about music in these minutes. I was assigned, but I will be talking about human rights, because what really brought us together with Alessio and other friends was reading a document, a extraordinary document. I would say probably the best book that has ever written in the second half of the 1900s. It's a very small book. It takes, I would say, 15 minutes to read it all. But it's a book that it's translated in the languages of the representatives of the United Nations, that it's 204 languages. Do you know any other books like that? And this title has an incredible title that has always moved us, and that's the Universal Declaration for Human Rights. It was approved the 10th of December 1948 by the General Assembly of the UN, and it was inspired not by a Bolshevik revolution, but by the feminist wife of the American President Roosevelt, who was an activist and was firmly convinced about declaring that human rights was for everybody. And we thought with Alessio that if such document was to be applied just at 30% of its potential, it would really start a revolution that, compared to it, the French Revolution or the Russian Revolution would be nothing compared to that. So it would be enough to really implement just half of the articles that are contained in the Universal Declaration in order to really make the difference. I would like to read some of them, and
Non la si conosce affatto.
also because a lot of people don't know it.
Ma I singoli articoli sono
Maybe a lot of people know the general idea, the general gist of it, but very few people know few articles. The Article 13, every human being has right to free movements inside the borders of every state. Every individual has the right to leave their own country, including your own country, and go back to their own country. So this is Article 13. It would be enough to really change the face, the appearance of the world and the reality of immigration, and that's probably the least applied, the least implemented article. Let's reread it again.
Però, per esempio,
I'm going to skip a couple of them. Article 15 says that we all have the right to a citizenship, and nobody will be able to repel or remove the right to citizenship from us. Imagine if we really applied it to what's happening nowadays in Italy. We are in 1948 right now. Then Article number 24. Every human being, every individual has the right to leisure time and relax, having granted holidays and paid holidays for a certain amount of time. So the right to relax. Then Article 25, this is a little bit longer. Every individual has the right to a certain living standard that guarantees a good living for him and for his family, and a right for good food, health, and also security and social safety in case he is prevented from having a family or loses his job and loses his freedoms. Another article, every individual has its right to fully participate to the cultural life of his community, enjoying the arts and its benefits. I think it actually took less than 7 minutes to read all of these. Don't you think this is the most revolutionary text ever written? And that's where we met. Luke and I, with Ramzi as well, and tons of different musicians who, throughout these years, actively participated in these initiatives without asking for anything in return. First, the Human Rights Orchestra, and then other initiatives. So, again, the question is, what does music have to do with this? I mean, you could talk to a congress of anthropologists or politicians, like, why are you talking about these things here, where we talk about music or the experience of an extraordinary man like Piero Farulli? And one of the answers, and Alessio will forgive me if I'm going to exploit him for a little bit, the answer comes from an episode that he told me personally, and we even wrote it in a booklet of a disc that we recorded together while recording it for a horn orchestra. And Alessio told me one thing. When he went to Venezuela, he said that he prefers to go to the poorest districts. And as he said, but at that moment he told me that he was going to the Andes. I can see him right now. I think he will probably be able to confirm it. He went to play the horn. I'm here. It's just that I'm muted. No, the most important thing is that you're listening. Yes. and that you're also correcting me because maybe I have some memory problems. So you went to the Andes at 3,500 meters in a little town among the campesinos that had never heard the horn. And you started playing. And a small circle of people gathered around and started listening to the music, very enthralled. From this group, a little girl then came forward, comes closer to Alessio, looks at him from head to bottom, like head from top to bottom, and seems like maybe she just wants to listen to him. And instead, she gathers herself around his leg and she falls asleep. And Alessio keeps playing. And that's an experience that Alessio keeps saying and keeps telling you, because musicians really enter music. It's not just about playing an instrument at an orchestra after a tour or something like that. I think music is also playing in little towns in the Andes, because the human experience really pervades us and makes us get into the experience. And I remember that Alessio kept saying that as soon as he saw that, I started playing for that little girl, even after that, when I started playing for the Deutsche Philharmoniker or other very important institutions, I would still play for that little girl. So that's why we also build up the Human Rights Orchestra. And we did it also for this little girl, especially. And who knows what she has become right now.
Il più appassionante possibile.
We try to find the best way possible, in the most passionate way possible, to bring music forward as a tool to support human rights. Music has always been used as a tool, for example, as a tool of power, to build one person's power, to legitimize one person's power from the Middle Ages up until now. So why can't we use music also as a tool to spread out human rights as much as possible? And we did it out of voluntary acts, with no money, no funding. We asked every musicians to, if they were okay with that, if they were committed to this project. And throughout the years, Alessio gathered the best musicians ever from Santa Cecilia, from the Mozart Orchestra. I mean, he knows it very well. And that's what we try to do. The first absolutely mad project that we implemented was actually presented at the headquarters of the Senate with Gianni Marcenaro, that Gianni Letta probably remembers as a man with extensive culture, was coming from a very popular background, had participated in the movements for workers, and then became part of the official committee of the Senate, and then also became ministry. And we wanted to bring the Human Rights Orchestra to Lampedusa, because in those days, Lampedusa, the little island, was the crossroads of the new immigration waves of Europe. We couldn't do it straight away, but we came back and we actually managed to do it. And I went back to Lampedusa. I stayed there for 3 years, and I worked with pupils and students from elementary schools and middle schools to bring music there, music as a right for every human being, and as a vehicle, as a channel for those 204 countries that have signed the Declaration of Human Rights to really implement the human rights. We we did a concert together with the detention and acceptance centers for refugees. Now they're called a little bit different because all the governments that came about in Italy changed their names. They closed them down. They opened again. I mean, I'm not here to talk about politics, but we were there. We played. We sang for all the guests, all the refugees of this center, this refugee center. We did a concert for them. We mixed music together with tales. We told stories. We told experiences of neglect of human beings. And Ramzi was also part of this bigger project. We were in Palestine many times, and we created a performance, and he will talk to us about it. And I'm very happy that he's here today because he's also one of the icons of our effort. We brought the history of Kamanjati to Italy, the music school that Ramzi opened in Ramallah, in a popular neighborhood of Ramallah. We told the story of him trying to bring music in the refugee camps in Palestine and across northern Africa. So we really brought this, we try to bring this to Europe, so there is consistency with this. So trying to make music a channel for human rights and to make music a right. So this is our rationale, the main purpose of our commitment that went through also very difficult moments. It was never easy to find financial aid, for example, and also we always had to clash, and this is something that bitters us a little bit. We never managed to find the type of welcoming behavior from Italian politics. A lot of people slammed the door, closed. In regards to our projects, and we received a lot of no's, a lot of negative answers, and many people, when we would illustrate our projects, they would look at us as if we were aliens. And a lot of people said, "Don't worry, we'll make sure that we'll help you," but then nothing happened. Instead, we had also other musicians that very actively participated in our project. So we joined together billionaires and ice cream producers as well, as we said before. But it really gave us the idea that those 30 articles from the Declaration of Human Rights is not just an exercise of rhetorics of that world that was just coming out of the Second World War in 1948. That these articles must be part of our political culture and music as well, because music is not just aesthetics. Because music demands the musicians to be responsible, probably double-folded, because they want to they need to convey also ideas and dreams. Thank you, Guido. Thank you very much. And while you were talking about the Declaration of Human Rights, I was thinking that, especially in those very critical areas, borderline areas, the ability to make music and having music as a right can really trigger new rights. Because we see it, those who make music in those areas need to have the possibility to travel, for example. They need to be able to leave their countries, have their own citizenship, because they will probably be together with musicians from other citizenships. They will have they need to have the right to relax and free time, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to make music. So the connection is there, and it has to be the spark between so many rights that we talked about, and that should become reality as soon as possible. We could talk about this very lengthily, and I would like now to continue with the experience of Luca Franzetti, who is a cello player. He had many experience with Claudia Bado, the Mozart orchestra. But in his resume, we see him as musician for human rights. And so now I would like to give the floor to Luca Franzetti so that he can tell us a little bit more about it.
Good evening to everyone. I have to begin by saying I think the first thing is that I thank Aunt Adriana Verchiana, who is the real saint who protects musicians. I like to think that once when we'll all be up there in heaven, we'll all go and visit paradise to see what it's like. We'll see all the saints, those who protect electricians, the others who protect bricklayers, and there'll be she who protects musicians. And there will be Adriana Verchiani's office, which will be right next door to Santa Cecilia. Because such a life spent to protect these different musicians is something I've never seen in my life. And so that's why I'm really thankful and I'm moved. And I want to thank all of those who spend their time listening to things that somebody who's a nobody like me can say. Having said which, I can tell you my own experience. In my life, I was a musician in a normal way. Then I was lucky enough to meet Claudio Abbado, who, apart from the fact that he was, we could go on and talk about him for hours and hours. Claudio was a means to know other people who were fundamental in my life. Two of these are here, in fact, three. Alessandra, Guido, Alessio. Alessio is a sort of volcano that explodes everywhere. And we began doing the same type of experience, asking ourselves questions. And from there, we started on many journeys. I remember Abbado invited me to Venezuela, and all of the things that everybody's talking about today, I saw with my own two eyes. I remember my first experience in the Coros de las Manos Biancas seen live. The first chorus, the original one, was incredible. And I remember Abreu, who looked at me and said, well, why are you surprised? I was lucky enough to talk a lot with Abreu, and he said, what are you surprised? Music is a right. Everybody has a right to make music, even those who are deaf and dumb, because music is a right. So since then, all these thoughts that come to my mind, and one begins to make the sum of all of that which one has learned. And you understand that music, apart from not being, it's not a purpose, it's not an end, it's a means. As we saw yesterday, Spira Mirabilis, which is an incredible experience of excellence. But music, basically, there is excellence, but there is also the right. The right. Music teaches us how to accept what is different from us. And this is the fundamental thing. I went on two different journeys. I went to the Dominican Republic, where there's not the same numbers as in Venezuela, but the problems are more or less the same, social problems. And you realize that that when you make music, it's easier to say, I am. My video went off. Am I moving around too much? And then you realize that the human being is made of fundamental rights. I don't see myself anymore. I just see, but we can hear you though. But you could, okay. I saw a photograph of me years and years ago, me as a child. So I was worried. I was embarrassed. music teaches us to accept what is different from us. What does this mean? Human beings are always ready to keep back from what they don't know, to set up walls. Guido Barbieri knows perfectly well. We've done studies on the concept of wall. We don't know whether the wall has to separate or uphold. And then in my head, I have some rights which have come. We are made of air, water, earth, and fire. These are 4 fundamental rights. And we have the right to have a clean air. We have the right to have water, which has to be clean as well. A right to the earth, to land. If you go in Palestine and Ramzi, you see what's happening without going into the merit of who is right and who is wrong. The first thing you learn through music, and these young boys, these children learn it, is that it's not a question of land belonging to man, but man belonging to the land. And this is the first thing you immediately think of. And so we see many doors open. And so you see that up to that time, as a musician, you'd understood nothing. You'd gone down there, you were on stage, you tried to do your best, you tried to do beautiful things maybe, you were paid and all the rest. But everything that you've done was really senseless. So for me, the meeting with Alessio, with Abbado, with Abreu, with Guido, were things which were like sitting on an electric chair. And so I define myself as a musician for human rights, not so much because I am that, but because I would very much like everyone to be a musician for human rights. I don't want to say something polemic. What is a musician if he's not a musician for human rights? A musician is a musician for human rights, and because what else is he useful for otherwise? A musician helps to help others and helps himself as well, and to say, I exist, and this is music. And when you teach music, this is what you do. An example I'm thinking of in Japan, for instance, Alessio took me to Japan for the first time. It was extraordinary because there are different problems. He says you have a pupil, and you say to the pupil, how do you want to make this phrase? And what does he do? He bursts out trying, because you realize that expressing a personal expression in Japan is like sticking your fingers up your nose. It's really, it's really bad form. So it's like they don't say no ever. So this right to self-determination, be able to say, yes, I am, or no, I am not. Yes, I like, or no, I don't like. This is what music helps you to do. And from this comes another reasoning. In fact, music is not wine, it's water. And what do I mean by this? That often music is interpreted as entertainment, as something to emerge from one's daily life. But this is not what music is. We have to think, for instance, we have, when we say our Father, it says, as it is in heaven and as it is on earth as it is in heaven. So we have this fact, the concept of creation in my head. I have a table, and so I take pieces of wood and I build it. And God in his head has man, and he builds them. He makes legs, arms, a head, ears, eyes. And within this human being, God puts a musical instrument right here, voice. So what I tend to think, forgive me if I'm blasphemous, but God is not stupid. God knows what he does. So if he puts a musical instrument inside a human body that he creates, he hasn't put a wallet there. He hasn't put wheels. He gave him legs and a musical instrument. So we have to reflect upon this, and this maybe says that for God, music is important. Maybe it's the only phone number that we've got. So at this point, I'm sorry that my intervention is maybe slightly polemical, but it summarized everything which we've heard in these past 3 days, because for 3 days I've been at my computer listening to wonderful people, and my ignorance is huge. Neuroscientists, people who are extraordinary, who have explained what music does in the human brain. Scientists told us, neuroscientists tell us, the doctors told us, those who do work with economy tell you, because music is also business. Forgive me for sounding so polemic, because then I get so excited. But even Salvini understood this. He started talking about concerts recently because he had to be polemic with Conte. So even he started talking about theater going. So everybody spoke and said, so now we musicians and we workers in spectacle, people of culture, we've got this thing which I called a Cassandra syndrome. And the Cassandra syndrome is a silly disease that I invented to try and laugh about these things, because Cassandra, who's the priestess who had foretold only catastrophes and had never been listened to, and it's a terrible thing if you think, I mean, poor woman. So we are sick with the Cassandra syndrome. We've been yelling and yelling for centuries now that to put a country back on its feet, you have to use culture to help the economy, and not vice versa. But music is not a right or an activity. Music is a way of being. Learning music, I learned it in Palestine, I learned it in Venezuela, I learned it in the Dominican Republic, I learned it in Japan, all over. I also learned it in Fiesole, and I learned it in Italy, because it's not that learning music is a right. It's like a right to walk. It's like a right to breathe. And this is something we don't want to understand. I'm glad to have learned, and Dr. Spadolini say yesterday, now we talk about a technical and scientific committee, because every government has its technical and scientific committee to whom they ask things. Now, the real technical scientific committee is what I saw in these 3 days. This is the technical and scientific committee to put a country on its feet again. Now we've got this COVID problem. We've got to all be careful. We've got to not fall ill. We've got to be vaccinated. But if there were a technical and scientific committee always on its feet in every government, everything would be okay. Music cares for disease. Music is a therapy for diseases. Now there's a person who has been a friend of mine, most certainly a person who has had people detract from him, and some were even right. But he was a friend of mine, and he was Ezio Bosso. And Ezio Bosso, we can say all sorts of things about him, but he was a very intelligent musician. He was a friend, and he was a person who had his defects, as many do, but certainly he was not stupid. And Ezio Bosso is the scientific proof. He talked to testimony of Mozart 14. He was with Alessandra Bado. He was within a lot of discussions. And his life and his death are the scientific word that music not only lengthens life, but improves it and adjusts any problem of the world from the political, biological, economic point of view. So Ezio had, as you all know, sclerosis, but doing music, making music, his doctors said, you should have died 5 years ago. Instead, here you are, you're still here, and he was making music, and this kept him alive. Now and then, what happened is that lockdown took place, And the silence of the lockdown, the lack of music, not being able to make music, as soon as there was that silence, the disease carried him away. So this is scientific proof of what I'm saying. And so if we unite all these things together, and maybe I've gone off my theme, but we never go outside of our theme, because music is everything. Music helps to make peace, solves every problem, because in Ramallah, it teaches children not to hate those whom they consider their occupiers. Why is it that one should transmit hate from father to son when you can instead teach him music? So I really think that if I define myself as a musician for human rights, yes, who shouldn't be? Everybody should. Everybody should be musicians for human rights. And then there's one other thing I wish to say. Regarding classical music, this is a bit ironic. Regarding the teaching of music, and therefore solfeggio, so we start from classical music, we speak of niche sector. This is something which makes my blood boil. Niche. Do we realize that Bach sold more records than John Lennon or Michael Jackson? And there were no records when he composed music. So before talking about niche sector, let's think twice. I'm sorry that I maybe sounded rather disorderly from a certain point of view, but there are so many things that I want to say that I had to try and put everything together. And telling my experience, why talk about oneself? But what I do want to say is a question. Why is it that we don't have music everywhere? Haven't we realized that man is bad because he has no music? And so that is why this whole movement has been created. It has to go on. And now I'm a bit tired of seeing doors slammed. It seems so strange that in third millennium we have to have a whole Congress to. I thank Adriana for having done it, and we do it. Let's do it tomorrow. Let's meet again next week, all together, once again. But we have to get to the point where we wouldn't even need a Congress anymore, but communication should take place the whole time. Thank you. I could go on and on for another 18 hours because but it's very important. In fact, the last thing I want to say.
Era presente, l'abbiamo visto, notato.
Yes, we noticed it. We noticed it.
No, è così.
That's the way it is. And we'll go on like this all our life until I have a breath in my body. And I want to thank Alessio, Guido, Ramzi, and all of my friends who've made me what I am today, a happy person with Luce.
That's very nice. No, absolutely. It's incredibly important also to bring the attention onto the issue of human rights. When the musicians are fighting for their own rights, especially now, because I'm not going to hide the fact that in these months we were almost canceled. We discovered that we were not considered, and it's beautiful to see and to say that we can add the idea of human rights to music as well. So I think it's great that a lot of musicians, just like Luca Franzetti did, could consider themselves not just cello players, violinists, or choristers, but also musicians for human rights. It's a state of mind. It's a way of being, and those who are musicians can also fight for human rights, and they shouldn't just close their eyes and not listen to these things. In conclusion of these speeches, I would like to actually ask them some questions that came from one of our listeners. She is paying great gratitude and great compliments to everyone for these 3 days. And Mrs. Serena Schiavinato is saying, thank you for sharing your thoughts about human rights in a year when we could actually bring your experiences in schools. And do you think it will be possible? So I would like to ask the questions to either Alessio Pellegrini or Mr. Barbieri, for example.
Sì, non so
Guido Barbieri.
concreti.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe Alessio has more recent data. I don't know. But yeah, I think at the moment it is possible because the Musicians for Human Rights are a very agile organism or body that it's a lot swifter than the Human Rights Orchestra. And then from the Human Rights Orchestra, like any other orchestra, we created smaller bodies such as ensembles, chamber orchestras that keep moving around and have moved around for all these years. So I think any one of us, Luca, Alessio, and I mean, we're just 3 people, but there are so many more, and we just held our speeches today because the audience of the Human Rights Orchestra is very, very broad, and we have sown a lot of seeds in these years. And I think all of these people would love to go to schools to really tell their experience. Guido, can I just say something? I would like to say something because probably one of the first projects we did besides the Human Rights Orchestra was actually going to the schools. And the complaint I had in regards to the Ministry of Education was that we did projects with schools in Rome for 3 years with incredible projects, with compositions dedicated to themes of the human rights or fundamental rights of the human being. So, for example, I would like to mention for the right to clean water, for example. I think Paolo Marzocchi composed a piece that was called Mechanics of a Stream, of a Water Stream, and it was an incredible project where the kids from a particular school really became aware of how important it is to save water and what water is, what Coca-Cola is, for example, and therefore everything related to imperialism and capitalism, and it was an incredible project. And we did these projects that the Ministry of Education supported it, but then from one day to the other, we didn't receive anything anymore. And we tried to involve as many people as possible, and we also paid all the musicians like Rahalarnish or all the musicians that joined us and joined our effort and a lot of them come from Europe, from different orchestras, but a lot of them, like I would say all of them actually came for free to play for us because we're all voluntary. And it would be nice to go to schools out of our free time voluntary, but I must say it's really difficult to enter the schools, and not just schools, but also institutions. And I remember a specific city council for culture, I think, in Rome, with a rainbow scarf, and we had an appointment with her.
Come dire, eruzione vulcanica.
And being the sort of volcano I am, that I have with everyone, I explained with great enthusiasm what our project was about. And this lady told me, well, you know, we get people like you every day telling us that your project is probably the best project in the world. So you're not the only one who thinks that you have a great project at hand, as if they got everybody, every day, someone coming to them and saying that they have a great human rights project. So I was a little bit gobsmacked, to be honest. And in May, when we finally were able to perform with Claudio, and I had the honor also to conduct the 4th of Mahler, and it was something that we were supposed to do 10 years ago, actually, with Claudio, we managed to do it thanks to our Swiss sponsors. And we managed to ship around the world funds for 300,000 Swiss francs. And even some politicians who told us, you communists are doing anything possible to get the front page of the Unità, which is an Italian newspaper, just because he had read the name of Ramzi and he's Palestinian. And it seems like we don't support Palestinians, apparently. I don't know. But I remember my grandpa, well, when he was a partisan before some of his partners and fell down on an airplane. He hid so many allied. So your grandpa, my grandpa had hidden many Allied forces soldiers, and my father was complaining a little bit. I just would like to say one thing in answer to this lady. Please give her my phone number. I'm going to call her tomorrow to tell her that we have projects. And it's true that sometimes we have difficulties with the institutions and connecting the dots with the institutions. But we are ready to start a revolution in that sense. Okay, please give her a number. Please we're asking the production center, Maestro Franzetti, with this lady who wrote the question. Because again, the grassroots interest is there, and besides the cachet that are not are given out, and most of the times are not even exploited, are used and
Ecco, no,
there seems to be a resonance in the translation. By the way, all these initiatives from the Human Rights Association,
tante esperienze proprio sparse in giro per il mondo, costituito
we had a lot of initiatives, and the people can check it out on our website. I just would like to add one last thing about methodologies, because for us it was always very important. to us, it never really mattered to bring our Western culture, our Western music in territories that didn't know anything about that. We always tried to organize with these 3 projects that we organized with kids and young people so that they could play. We would just bring the scores, the instruments, the ideas, but then we would let them do their own things, because music has to bring freedom as well. So the kids from the schools of Lampedusa, of Bogota, it has to come from them. The ideas have also to come from them. Otherwise, we would be the colonists. And I mean, we made a lot of mistakes, but not this one. So you guys are here to support, to foster the local music. No, I was just saying that because it's very interesting compared to maybe the experience we're going to be talking about now, which is the second part of our afternoon session, which is more focused and has been developed in a very precise context and is about some Palestinian territories. This second part of our session is called Making Music in Ramallah and the Festival of Al-Kamanjadi, Another World is Possible. And Ramzi Aburedwan, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, we'll talk about this. He is a violinist and a bouzouki player, composer, and orchestral conductor, founder of the Al-Kamanjadi Association, the music school system in Palestine, and the festival Al-Kamanjadi. So the floor, please, to Ramzi Aburedwan.
Hello, good afternoon. Do you hear me? Yes. Yes, good afternoon for everybody. I'm very happy and glad to be part of this beautiful meeting and encounter that take as a subject one of the most beautiful things to me and to many young and children in Palestine. First of all, I would like to thank you for this initiative, and thanks Piero Farulli for all this beautiful work that he have been doing, and very also proud to be a viola player as him. Thank you to Adriana Perchiani for all the effort and the beautiful work. I saw all the subjects and followed on most of the conference, and it's amazing that all the subjects are separate, but at the same time are very linked. And every time I hear the specific subject, I never thought of music in this academic and scientific way, even though I believe all of its impact, but I never really had the chance to hear and to listen all of this analysis that convince me more than I am convinced on the impact of music. I would like to start and talk about myself, like as a child who grew up in a refugee camp and born and grew up in a refugee camp, which is not the original place where he was supposed to grow up. In this refugee camp, we really don't really have anything look like a normal life for children. It's like a very limited places for innovation and development for a child. I also had I would say I had to leave and to grow up within the first Intifada, which started in 1987. And in this Intifada, I was very, I would say, let's go lucky to be taking in photo, that became the icon of the first Intifada. This picture you see on the screen is me in 1987. All of us as children in the refugee camp, we didn't understand what does it mean Intifada, what does it mean politics, what does it mean occupation. We just wanted to do one thing. It's to protect our playground, because this was the only place for us to have fun. And with the time, we started really slowly to understand the political and the occupation and all this conflict and occupation that have been started even 40 years before with my grandfather. We grew up with this situation, and I always was dreaming to learn music. But dreaming, what, because there were no music schools, there were no, I didn't know any teacher, music teacher at that time. The only contact I had with the music, it was through radio and the TV, and through weddings in Palestine. When we have a wedding, the family of the married man just close the road and put a stage and make a beautiful put chairs, and everybody go to the wedding. And we as a kids went to these weddings to assist also, and we invited ourselves to this wedding and to assist to this beautiful moment that for me, for my friends was for dancing, but for me it's to have these 30 seconds when the group was playing had a break. I had to jump and touch the keyboard or the drums and just think how this what's this magic about this instrument which change melodies and change tones that I didn't understand how this possible to happen. That was my only connection with the music. Later on, I after the agreement of Oslo helped me, because actually she knew that I brought some journalists to ask me about my never could answer them. I told them that I don't do politics. I just wanted to protect my playground. But we became friends with this woman who really tried to follow me growing up. And at the same time, she had a relative who came back after the Oslo agreement, and who was a musician. And he was one of the 120,000 Palestinians who had the right to come back to Palestine after the Oslo agreement. And this musician was with them. And actually, he decided to do a workshop in Ramallah for just giving the chance to touch some instrument. And she asked him if it's possible for him to allow one more person, me, to join this workshop, because this workshop was very, very expensive, and she asked if I can join for free, because I was I was living in a refugee camp, and I can tell you that our preoccupation and wasn't music. I mean, we didn't have, we have enough resources to eat only. I went to this workshop, and a door that opened the earth for me. When I touched the viola for the first time, everything completely changed. Like a new life, a new reality, a new that for sure came slowly and slowly. But I started to express myself. I started to dream. I started to innovate. I started to really have a lot of mean to the life. And music was the reason for this beginning. I had the chance to in a very short time to go to study. I got a scholarship to go to study in France. Like 2 years later, I was one of the 2 persons who was selected to study viola in Angers in France. And once I arrived to France, I discovered even how big was the world of music and the music education, and how important that it take in a society. And it's not only a luxury or an entertainment. It was like much more than this. And I started slowly and slowly to dream. I know it was like only a dream. If I feel like this, I started very late at the age of 15, and I feel this all good things in me as a young grew up in a refugee camp under oppression, under occupation. And within this short time, I could really feel the difference in a very short time. How would it be if this would be a part of the musical education or the society in Palestine, especially in a society who live really under oppression all the time? Music will have more meaning. That's when I started to dream of Al-Kamanjati music school, and I started really to dream and to talk about the idea with some friends and some musicians from France, from Italy, from everywhere, to go to Palestine and to start at least do like perform for these children and give the opportunity just to listen to the live music, not just not to start to study, but at least to really to have their reaction in Palestine. The whole this idea we brought us in 2000 in Palestine, and we went through refugee camps, through villages, through city, and this was the invasion time, which was one of the most difficult time in Palestine, because tanks and destruction of the cities, everything was destroyed by the Israeli tanks, and most of the children have like really living in a trauma, and the people. And every time we arrived to a refugee camp or to a village or to a city, the people think that we are human rights person who bringing food and health. But suddenly they discovered that we are musicians carrying this instrument and going in middle of nowhere, bringing this our instrument and bringing these workshops and concerts for children. People were very maybe I would say at the beginning was not happy or very disturbed by this what's this, what these people is doing. We need to eat, we need to help our injured people, and they're coming to play music. We stayed like, this is the reaction in the morning when we arrive. We finished it at the end of the day, or sometimes we had to sleep in the camps or in the villages or the city, and the family start to see the difference on the faces of their children, and immediately they got the message. They got the message, even if it's this short time, for bringing normal moment for these children. And I remember many of these children were drawing. Most of them, we saw this center for children to have activity, drawing tanks, drawing guns, drawing blood, drawing like really. And after these workshops, we could see children trying to draw an instrument that they saw. You can immediately see the impact of music. You know that the children is what they want to go out of this image, but we need to help them to go out of this image. That's why I went back to France and in 2003, and I started really put all my energy to start a real program in Palestine, which was the beginning of Al-Kamanjati music school in Palestine. Music, like, you know, I could understand how powerful it is. You know, from the trauma that I got from the first Intifada, I couldn't talk normally. I stuttered when when you have a problem in pronouncing. This is because I saw, like, this is, I would tell you exactly why I started to stutter. This because once I saw a sniper want to shoot one young of my neighbor, and I wanted to tell him to get far, you know, to save himself. I couldn't tell it because I was very traumatized by this, and this has stayed with me. It followed me until France. I started to study, like first, second, third year, and with learning music, I could solve my problem, you know, by breathing, by knowing how to breathe, and slowly express all my anxiety that I had got in the first Intifada. And I even completely composed a whole CD, musical album, that came alone. I didn't want to compose. I just played. Once I could technically express all these feelings, I could compose all these moments that I left in the camp. This moment where I was, when I had to run to save myself. And when this went out, I felt free. I felt peace. And what I wanted to say here, the peace, music can bring peace and bring the peace, because we as a human, we need peace in ourselves, for ourselves, inside of us. We need peace. We need to bring peace around the people who live around us. We want to bring the peace to our society. Peace is bigger than the peace that we think, the political peace. I know that many of you would like to listen more about the peace between Palestinian and Israeli, but I'm much more interested to talk to you about the peace that the music brought us as an individual and as a society who live under oppression and under occupation. We'll talk later about the other piece that you would like to listen about it, because I know in Europe you like to hear that there is possibility of peace. But this important project brought and changed the life for many young Palestinians. We had like many musicians, many people in Italy. I thank very much. In France, in the US, many people who donate their instrument. They came and donate their time. Like my friend Lucas, who came many times, Gunilla, my friend Alessio, Guido Barberi, who helped put this story on stage in the Parca della Musica in Roma. It's a success story. It's a peace story. It is a peace story. But it's very important to understand that we say one hand in Arabic. We say one hand, do not clap. You know, if I want to clap, I can't clap. We need two hands to clap. And if you want to help that the peace come to the Palestinian society and to live together with their neighbor Israel, it's another process. It's a political process. This is need more practical decisions and effort from all the international community to put to make understand and respect the international law, which is Palestinians have been suffering since more than 50 years today. What I would say also, after going back from France, we opened the first school in Ramallah. We opened several schools. Al-Kamanjati have really had a lot of success in opening and having a lot of demand from many people in Palestine to open. We did it in Ramallah, in Deir Ghassana, in Jenin, in refugee camp in Palestine, in refugee camp in Lebanon. And the music started to be like really a demand. You know, the people start to understand that the music is very important. And I thought that music school is not enough because we do not have really music education, which is bring us to the importance of the music in the education. And that's where we really started to work on methodology and started to implement music program in the music schools, in the primary schools, in the United Nations, in the refugee camp, and in a government school. And we did really start a beautiful project where we now have beautiful method and methodology that help the schools to use and to implement the music schools in the music in these primary schools. We are not like a state. We are a non-governmental school organization that really only count on the support of individual and organization and people who believe. We didn't solve all the need of music education in Palestine. There's other also organization in Palestine who work, but we all are a non-governmental school because the government really don't have any resources, or the resources that they put into the culture is very, very little. But from what we did, we managed to open more than 10 schools. We managed to create many orchestra. You could see the different group and orchestras in Palestine. We sent more than 40 young from the first generation who started to study music with Al-Kamanjati to study in Europe and in the Arab world, in Italy, in France, in the US. And today we have, I would say, like we most of them came back to teach, because in Palestine teaching music, it's not as in Italy or in France. You know, having teachers in Palestine, we had to have teachers who have to always demand permission from the Israeli occupation forces. Many of them have been refused, which means many of the children on the 20 past years had sometimes to stay 5-6 months without lessons, 1 year. Some of them started brass instrument and have to stop because we couldn't get a permit for the brass teacher. We don't have control of anything because many people think that there is like a fight between Palestinian and Israeli. No, by Israel, even if you are a musician, if you want to come to play in Palestine, if you tell this at the airport, you might be kicked to your country. If you say I want to play music for Palestinian, then you just for you. This I am saying this like this for you just to understand how difficult it was for us to just bring music for young and children in Palestine. Every time we had to send a container from Europe, once we gather all of these instruments from all wonderful people who donate them, the container sometimes would take 3 years before that the instrument arrive to us. They have to wait. and wait and wait. You don't know why, where, and how, because we don't have our port. We don't have any border. But despite all of this, we did it because we believe, and because all of the people who were with us, who came and even took risk sometimes to help us, because we all know that we are doing beautiful things, bringing peace to these children and young to grow up with. They live under oppression. Music can free them and can help them and can create another thinking or negative, and can develop positive energy, not negative energy, because negative energy make you go. Sometimes I would tell you, I don't know, if I didn't take music, I might took a gun and then fight. This is possible. I cannot know the future. This is completely possible because I live under oppression. I have soldier in front of me. They humiliate all the people in front of me, my father, my uncles. At a certain point, I have anger. Like everywhere. One possible things, I did it when I was young, throwing stone. But when I get bigger, maybe I take knife. Even bigger and more organized, I can take a gun. You never know. This project also was to help these young and children and give them a way of expression, to protect them, because we need, in such a context, we need a way of expression. We need to express this anger somehow, and music, wonderful way of really bringing this anger into a positive, beautiful energy. Even can be sad and happy at the same time, but you express it. You tell it. What I would say after this 40, we thought also of bringing, and developing music instrument workshop. In Palestine, there were no music workshop. We started this process and we sent like 4 of young people. One of them came many times to Italy, and I thank many. I thank many times all the luthier, instrument maker from Italy who came and trained him, and he went to Cremona and he participated lately to the big international competition. And this young man was in front of the first school in Ramallah. He was sitting, he was 15 years old and didn't understand what we are doing. He was throwing stone on the teachers because he was annoyed by what's this music. And at a certain point, I asked him to come to help me, carrying one piece of wood for one of the instruments. He would need your help. He stayed with him, and that was the point of departure for him. And he's now one of the famous personality now in Palestine. He's a big success story. He make instrument. His instrument are in Europe, in the US. He do them now in Ramallah. After this, we said that we really need to go and to improve musical life in Palestine. That's why we started with festivals that started in 2005. Immediately, we started with Baroque festival, music festival, and music days festival. I had the chance to receive a donation, like a harpsichord from Paris. A woman say, "I would like to give you an instrument." I thought it's a violin or a clarinet, And she said, "I have this beautiful instrument that you have to bring to Palestine." I saw the instrument. I was really almost in tears, because it will become the first harpsichord of Palestine. And because of this instrument, started the Baroque festivals, and looking for music theater in Palestine, hall for concert hall. There is not a lot of concert hall, but looking to church, we have a lot of church in Palestine, because many people do not like the Palestinian, are Muslim and Christian, and before the creation of Israel, they were also Palestinian Jew. that brought like an amazing dynamic, and then we would go to all these churches, which was very difficult to convince the responsible of the church, because we're not used to play music in the church. The Oriental church is not like in the Western. It's still a sacred place where the people pray. But within the time, they get convinced, and I try to explain for them Bach and all of this music, and then slowly and slowly they become to know about this sacred music. And actually, we started these beautiful festivals, and a second festivals in June with more than 100 concerts every year that give the opportunity to the people to listen to all style of music. And lately, like 5 years ago, we merged the two festivals together and bring all styles, all styles, sacred and traditional music, and still make a focus on heritage of Palestine, because there's many villages and old, like Palestine, it's like a very old heritage place where you can see many beautiful sites because of its history. And many of them are abandoned, many of them are not respected, and the festivals was a way also to put together this patrimony and to highlight and to show that this is part of our identity. And in addition to this, it's to bring the word to Palestine, because Palestinian, apart going to Jordan, this is the only destination they go. They cannot get the visa to go anywhere. And many other nationalities in the world, they cannot come to Palestine. We have to jungle and find a solution to show them Indian, Pakistanis, African, all of these style, because this would show them how big is the world and will reflect in the mirror their own identity and the importance of the identity. And through this festival, people could travel. We know that we had to jungle, we had to find Pakistanis living in Italy or in France who have European passport, because the Pakistanis who are living in Pakistan, they cannot come in. Indian, because everybody would need a visa from Israel to come. And if they say they would come to Palestine, if they say that they are coming to play in Palestine, then they would have a refusal for the visa. That's why we have to have alternative. We always have to have alternative. Some of the musicians here know we had to play Beethoven in Jerusalem, the 7th Symphony of Beethoven. All the orchestra were allowed to go. 5 musicians cannot go to Jerusalem. I would just not say the name. There was like the first violin, master violin, the timpani, the clarinet solo, and the viola player. They jump the wall to go to play Beethoven. You see, I mean, if they don't go to Jerusalem, how it would be possible to play without the timpani and the first clarinet and some important players? Because we know that it's very important. They jump and took the risk, the wall, to go to play Beethoven. Do you imagine? Do you imagine this dynamic? Because they believe and they love the music. Because the music now it's become for them as a fight. I think I would maybe stop here and give possibility for question if some people would like to have any question, or if you have any question. I know I had until 4. I had 45 minutes, but now I have passed my time. But I am happy to answer question, or if you allow me, I can continue.
Sicuramente, ringraziamo molto.
Well, first of all, we would like to thank you so much for your words, and it really impressed me having come into contact with what happened to your story, and the fact that with music you managed to really gain rights that you didn't have before during the Intifada, for example, and how music really unveiled and allowed so many situations to happen, because as we heard before, it's not just flowers and daisies. There are so many difficult situations. There are so many hurdles, still obstacles. And I just would like to ask the production center if there is, we can send the video, we can show the video, or we can maybe start the Q&A session. Because I think there was also supposed to be a small video. Yes.
Ecco, e a vederli da questo filmato.
Okay, but seeing these kids in this video, you see these kids are exactly like ours. We have very similar realities that happen in our classrooms. So I don't understand why there is a difference in accessing this asset that is music, and it's incomprehensible. There are some questions that arrived, but maybe they're not exactly inherent to this session. Mrs. Capelluccio asks us if the current situation for musicians because of COVID. Well, actually, she thinks that there are some negative influence because dopamine, which is related to pleasure and happiness, cannot be stimulated right now, exactly like serotonin that regulates our mindsets. And I think what she's stating is that this whole situation could damage us as musicians from the biological point of view. Maybe this was a question more referring to the musicians before, but to stick to the topic that we talked about today, I would like to ask everybody if there are other questions and more relative to what we said this afternoon to Guido Barbieri, Alessio Pellegrini, and Ramzi as well. I just would like to comment, if I can. Sorry, sometimes family life intrudes. So I just would like to say this thing. I would like every one of us to become aware of the fact that sentences like "you cannot eat with culture" or "you could, make a sandwich out of literature, books or whatever," I think these should become insults because we start from words, we start from thoughts, and I would like for certain things to start being considered as really derogatory. Sorry.
So,
may I just comment one very practical thing
da un progetto come il nostro,
to show what could come out of such a practical project like ours. So, for example, from the lockdown, we found ourselves jobless. Most of us found ourselves jobless. I mean, not that a lot of us had a job before, but I think this project is very pioneering in that sense when it comes to concept of music. And when we come out of the conservatoires with a certain level of training and preparation, and it's good, but I think that the musician of the future will be a musician that will be fully part of it, not just through his relationship with concerts, but I think his activism and grassroots feelings is really becoming part of the society because all the funds and the financial aid that we found were coming from voluntary most of the sources, and all the young people who decided to be part of this decided that because they wanted something different, despite their good level of technique, they're being incredibly good at playing an instrument. Also because we know that the situation is really dire when it comes to, for example, entering in a lot of musical contests or becoming teachers in conservatoires. But what can we learn from music today? What can we learn from Ramzi, for example, today? Ramzi goes around the world to look for funds to support financially the freshly graduates from several different several different countries in Europe and the United States, and not just that. And also, our students are part of projects in refugee camps as well in the so-called refugee centers that we have especially in southern Italy. And we're still very much committed to those and very much involved in those, because regardless of all the different political views and the different political governments against immigrants, especially from Salvini onward, it seems like the system to welcome immigrants to Italy is still very much going on, and I would say it's still working very well. And the fact that they distribute immigrants throughout all the different centers all over Italy, I think that was a very successful operation, and this allowed a big integration of many immigrants in our local villages and in the local Italian towns. And that's what brings music to being practical and really involving musicians to being practical and put everything they know into practice for something. I mean, we are now working on a project that will be probably my ultimate satisfaction, and I will then leave the young people to guide the association, because I've already renounced the presidency of my association. But we created so many incredible people, human rights activists who have been working at the forefront of human rights, and also musicians, especially musicians. And our next project, because we worked for a couple of years at it, but very, very soon we will publish a university book, because we created a new subject that's called Music for Human Rights, and almost as a manifesto to Manfred Novak. Manfred Novak was the dean of the University of Vienna, and just to give you an example of what he did, Manfred, besides being an amateur pianist, that to me it actually means that he was a professional, because that meant that he really enjoyed playing the piano. He was also part of the court trial for condemning the crimes against human rights for the generals and the military representatives of Yugoslavia, and he was also present at the trial against human rights from Guantanamo in the U.S. He's also the president of the AUC, so the Association of Different Universities. He's the professor of philosophy and human rights, and in this book you will see several different chapters where we illustrate, we show, in somehow in very awkward way, we'll show an interview that we took to show and to prove why we decided to embark on this journey. I would like to conclude by saying that, and I would like to quote Al Pacino, that says, "We are heroes by chance." And he would say, what a mess that you create or you cause just by walking on the streets. So this will be a book that will go to several different universities for human rights. It will be published by a publishing company in Oxford, and it has already been accepted as part of the university curricula. And this mess, if we can call it that, stemmed from a little guy, from a little boy who was just walking on the street, and while walking, Al Pacino in this movie finds that a plane had just crashed down, and he happened to walk by it, and he goes into the plane and becomes a hero for a day. So I feel a little bit like Al Pacino, and I made a mess by chance, basically. I found myself with a very powerful weapon in my hands, that is music. And it's a tool, it's a weapon that allowed me to talk, to do, and to be accepted as well. So this triggered a series of things, and it's something that really, it's a pathway that starts from nothing and everything. Because I remember, since I was a little kid at 4 or 5 years old, I could not simply accept injustice. Injustice in my regards. For example, I would never accept anyone slapping me like my father, even though he never did. But I never accepted injustice. And that's maybe innate. It's from birth. The fact that you cannot simply accept something that goes against justice. Absolutely, yes. So let's focus also on reaction, on the reaction to injustice, the case of Maestra Burek and Beman. So from Ramzi, starting from a stone to throw and arriving to music, I think it had a very exploding effect, just like the images we saw. I think they really represent the right answer. It was maybe a less immediate answer, but it really created a new story. Yes, Guido? Yeah. If we still have a couple of minutes. I just didn't want to miss my chance, the occasion to pull a thread and to create a connection between the two experiences that we told this afternoon, because they're very far away in time and space. Italy is not an occupied country. Palestine is. In Italy, we have a lot of music schools. In Palestine, they don't. In Italy, we have a lot of orchestras. In Palestine, they don't. We have a lot of conservatoires in Palestine. In Palestine, they don't have it. So the starting conditions were very different. But there is such a close connection between what we said this afternoon and a sort of almost a parental relationship, and Ramzi also told us about it with the show of the Al-Kamanjati that we organized in Rome. And because on that stage, there was Alessio and Ramzi, and there was a quartet of strings composed in honor by this Azeri composer, and Ramzi was there while playing the bouzouki, and all his musicians were there, and his kids had amazing voices. And as a connection, there was also Alessio Pellegrini with his horn. So these two worlds together, and there were so many other people, but that's not the point. In this encounter between Ramzi and Alessio lies the reason why we're here today as well. And you find out the reason going to Palestine, not just talking about Palestine. And we did go. And also Amoni Ramzi, I think you remember him when he came to Palestine for the first time, and he had never been to Palestine. And he's Hebrew, as we all know, and he's very proud of being a Hebrew. And I remember he told me one thing when flying back to Italy. He told me, Guido, I've always avoided about talking about Palestine because I'd never been there. Now I want to talk about Palestine, and I really encourage everyone to go to Palestine and talk about Palestine, because we were there many times for preliminary encounters, then to create videos, performances, and everything. And I think it would really do good to a lot of people to visit there, to just visit the music schools that is being founded in an 1800 years old Ottoman palace in Ramallah. And going into those rooms that I know very well, that we saw before, there's also a small courtyard to get access to the school. And before going to the classrooms, you see maybe a very young girl who's playing the violin, another little guy who's playing the flute, and they're on their own, so they are trying, they're rehearsing. They just had classes with their maestros who came from Europe, and you can see that they finally found their center, their space for their lives. So for these kids who were taken literally from the streets of Ramallah, that became their center to compare opinions, to talk, to share. And the best thing is that Ramzi is not always in that school. We followed him for 2 weeks, all over the places he was at. And every day, Ramzi takes his car. It's a sport car. I don't know, he changed it. And it was actually a very fast car as well. Even though you can go really fast in Palestine, there are so many checkpoints that you have to stop. And he went like he did for his entire life. He went to the small music school in refugee camps, Kalan, Al-Jazun, Jenin, and we often think about refugee camps as if it's just tents without anything. No, they are like real neighborhoods with real houses where it's maybe a little harder to live. And maybe you have a house built by an NGO with a small room filled with instruments where you find those kids that are so involved in that game. And I think we were in Al-Jazun. I don't want to make a mistake, but we met a little girl who was playing the percussions incredibly well. She had an incredible talent, and we started talking to her because we interviewed all these kids. And this little girl, in perfect English, by the way, I don't know how she learned it. Probably they told us watching SAT TV. And this little girl, to go to the music school, would walk 2.5 hours every day, and then 2.5 hours back to go back to the refugee camp. And why? Why did she do that? And this is the most simple and also moving answer in the world, just like the Venezuelan girl who fell asleep at Alessia's feet. And she said, because this is the best game I've ever played.
In questa, scusate, ma
I'm sorry. I'm always moved a little bit when I think about these things, and I wonder where she is right now, because in that answer there's really everything. So that desire for peace that Ramzi was talking about, and it's not the political peace between Israel and Palestine, and yes, in Europe, we always want to know about these things, but also a part of us doesn't want to know these things. And Luca knows it very well, and he was in Ramallah many times. And that type of peace starts from there, from the inner desire to make a gesture, make an action, to use your voice. I mean, we were saying before that God has put an instrument inside of us with the voice, and we can really change things in our little experience. So Ramzi's experience is a choir voices that are singing one thing. Making music is a right, having music is a right, and is one of the many rights that we are bestowed and we should all possess. We talked about a very small part, and we gave a small part of our lives to allow everybody to sing.
May I add something because time is running out? This instead is for musicians. I was in Venezuela last time in January, just before they closed out everything. And I had some projects and plans, Ramzi, with Omar Sarad and with Michele Cantoni to go back to Palestine. So my year had been planned, and it was ruined by COVID, but it was all planned out. What I want to say to musicians, to my colleagues, is do this experience, which I did, because at the end you'll have, you'll need it badly. You'll have you'll be like a drug addict. You'll be addicted to it. I mean, if I can't go to the townships, if I can't go to Caracas, if I can't go to Ramallah, I begin to feel ill. So I advise you to live this life because it fills all of the empty spaces that even musicians have. And on the other hand, if it really is, as Ramzi told us, that his musicians learn how to repair their instruments, the violin and the other instruments, in order to make it play. If we begin from there, the recipe for music starts there. All of that which we have talked about, dialogue and peace, will take place after, because the first thing that happens is the research for beauty, starting from the manuality of building one's own instrument to. I don't know if Ramzi wants to add anything more.
Yes, thank you, Guido, thank you, Lucas, and thank you, Andrea. I think peace is it's not an objective. Peace is a result of many factors that can, when they come together, then we get the peace. So often we speak about peace as an objective, but it's not the case in our situation. The peace is a result of many coincidences and things that we have to bring together. That's what I was always trying to tell the people. They always ask me, do you play with Israeli for peace? Do you do things together with Israeli for peace? I tell them, if I go together with Israeli and play together, do you think that I'm making peace just playing in Philharmony of Paris together with an Israeli? This is for you peace? This type of peace doesn't interest me. It doesn't talk to me, because first of all, if I would like to play, I would play for my people in Palestine. That's the because they would need much more to listen to music than the people in the Philharmony or in Roma or in London, because they have it all the time. Peace also mean doing an effort. It's not just you cannot get it like by doing picture or taking video. I understood at the beginning, after Oslo agreement, I would go play, because this moment of time, as the Oslo agreement was to bring people together. I mean, the peace agreement of Oslo started, and maybe if it was respected, within 5 years after Oslo, the Palestinian territory was supposed to be completely free, with Jerusalem East as a capital for Palestinians. But this was not at all the case. But if it was the case, yes, this type of project bringing people together, yes, it's very necessary. But the situation was completely going on the opposite way. I mean, they spoke about Oslo and the peace, and I could see from my house that the settlement is getting bigger and bigger. And that was like a big contradiction for me. How this is possible? But it's supposed to be like smaller and smaller. How it's the settlement is becoming bigger. That's why I always tell the people, do not really do not like follow in this mistake, you know, and think that things should happen in this way. We have no problem, you know. I have a lot of friends out of camera, you know, who are from Jewish background, like, or but this happened out of the camera. I don't want anybody to instrumentalize it and use it, because it's easy to say that, yeah, they are together and this picture will be promoted like on a high level, and this will hide the truth and the reality on the ground. This is not the case. You know, I have a lot of friends, and this is a personal, you know, personal issue, and they are friends. I just told you that Jew because I needed to identify for you to understand, but they are friends like Lucas, you know, or Alessio, or friend like Guido, like everybody, you know. I don't have this distinction. I don't want anybody to use it also for political and instrumentalization issue. Anyway, I would tell what I would tell you. There's like a book that went out some years ago in the US named Children of the Stone by Sandy Tolan. This book take my story and tell the whole story of Palestine, but tell all story of Kamanjati, where you can find all the subject that was told in these 3 days. You can feel all the moment where music show in reality how it impact in economy, in education, in personality, in music therapy. But this is a living, like you can see, you can read the living example of this, you know, the living example in this book. This book has been translated into French, Le Pouvoir de la Musique, and it's now they are working on it to translate it into Italian, and it will be in Italy, I think, by the end of, I mean, in 2021. It will name Le Pouvoir de la Musique, the power of music in a hard land.
Sicuramente. Ramzi, è come dire che...
Well, so it means that with music, one certainly can't create those peace processes that have their own difficult courses. But what forms is an identity, a national identity and a social identity, to then connect the question of the Palestinian question to the European one, and what is done with our friends. So the first thing that forms the musical experience is this, the fact of creating an identity between those who make it, and launching bridges, but also consolidating families of the nation of Palestine in this case, or of students and pupils and the students in the difficult situations in Europe, where the Association for Human Rights moves. Are there any other comments? If there are no further questions, I'd like to give the floor to Riccardo Muti, because the National Committee of this Congress has asked that the conclusion of the Congress itself be given by Maestro Muti, who was a great friend of Piero Farulli, and who has a great experience with the Scuola di Musica di Fiesole. So please, can you send this his contribution? I'm sorry not to be with you during this important Congress on Piero Farulli. It's an extraordinary opportunity to get Italy and the world to know the very important personality of this musician who has done so much for music in Italy.
Noi speriamo.
We hope in the future that all of his ideas will find
Una forma di realizzazione.
a form of achievement as he so much desired. My friendship with Piero goes back a long time, back to 1968, when I became a musical director at the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino, and Piero Farulli, who was part of the board of directors of that theater, was a very influencing figure in convincing the theater that I be taken on, even if I was so young, as director of that orchestra. And throughout all of those years and the various competitions to take in new musicians and the various discussions, and sometimes also in the dialectics that we had, we always worked together for the well-being of music and the importance of music in school and in social and mental formation of young and society in general. And of course, still today, his message is fundamental, even if Piero, as I myself, are still rather unhappy about the fact that our ideas, and especially his ideas, which were so strong and marked, have not yet found the achievement which he hoped for. But of course, what remains is his message, and especially the jewel, the Scuola di Musica di Fiesole, which gave life and formation to so many musicians who operate in Italy and in the world today. I hope that this Congress will be very successful, and I am at your disposal in the future for anything you may need, which might bring our statesmen to have great attention and to realize that music and history of music is a fundamental part of the history of our country, and the fact that music itself helps society to become better. But not music meant as an opportunity for a great event, as one reads in these days, a star parade, but as nourishment of the spirit and of the mind. Musical formation means formation of the human soul. As I've often said, St. Augustine used to say, to sing, to make music is typical of the people who feel love with a capital L. And of course, this is difficult to transmit today in a world that lives of extremely superficial things and that sees music as an opportunity for entertainment. In fact, we see that in very many magazines or newspapers in Anglo-Saxon countries, the page devoted to music is called entertainment. And Piero used to fight against all this. And of course, his battle is still to be pursued. And I think that this Congress has created the foundation for this struggle to be a struggle which can bring to victory and to final victory, as we would say rhetorically. Piero wanted the weapons to be full of flowers and not munitions, and to give health to the spirit and not destroy the body. All the best.
We would like to thank Maestro Riccardo Muti. We are very happy to have him on our side. It's nothing new. He's always set himself apart for his very firm position on music, not just as entertainment, just as an event, but as training, growth, and development. And it's also the theme of our conclusive document that the National Committee has edited as a conclusion to these 3 days. And it's a working document addressed to the Ministry of Education in order to increase the teaching of music in every school of every degree, starting from kindergarten. I will read this document, and I really hope that anyone who has written or asked question a little bit out of time, unfortunately, there was someone who said, don't you think there's something that must be changed on performing classical music, that it's always very focused on the execution more than maybe the free interpretation? This is also some of the questions that are in the mind of those who are editing and writing this document, and that will modify it and develop it in these few days, in the next few days after the end of the Congress. The proposal comes from the committee Farulli 100, especially Pierangelo Conte, Marco Salvatori, Mr. Folletto, Adriana Verchiani, Antonello Farulli, and Marco Zuccarini. It's called Music and Society, Education and Training, for a finally altogether system. I will read it. It's not very long, but it raises a lot of questions. Any reasoning regarding the state and the future of music education and the relative vocational training in Italy must come to terms with the national history of the school system, the lack of unitary design synergy that has always afflicted it. If you think about the duration of the experimentation of the maturity exam that has not been completed, or the reform of conservatoires that's still ongoing, has had even more critical effect in the proper design of a path of musical studies in a step of changing education professional expectation of the music world. Not even the rule that, thanks to the hammering action of Luigi Berlinguer with Law 107 sanctioned the entrance of practical learning music from kindergarten, has yet to find a satisfactory practical application. Music enters the school programs only in theory. On paper, it penetrates all the orders, but in concrete everyday life, it struggles to be recognized as a fundamental discipline in the personal training of citizen in modern society. While waiting for the notorious music law for music that could really facilitate the dialogue between actors, producers, organizers, and so forth, and music professionals, it is necessary to continue the struggle for the non-formal application of some of the articles, and in the hope that an organic rethink will be achieved as soon as possible. Not just cycles of studies or workshops, and instead more a structurally national educational organization dedicated to music. At the end of these 3 intense days of Training 2020 Music and Knowledge Farulli 100, in which the need for a deep cultural training, international, and in a precise political administrative provisions, we denounce the too many delays and obstacles that still are part of our society and they affect musical knowledge. The distance between intention and reality, between education and training, between historical skills and specific professionalism, between tasks and skills of the schools that have to deal with the preparation of aspiring students and music education trainers working in compulsory schools still make the world of music education not ready to create a common front of struggle to obtain legitimate operational recognition to have an impact on the cultural background of the citizens of tomorrow, without forgetting about how many initiatives that started voluntarily. We should not underestimate the importance of its own historical way, represented by the institution of the licei musicali, so music schools, but that are still too badly distributed all over the territory. And referring to the work of political awareness of the National Committee for Music, we are asking the competent ministers a more decisive political action, financially adequate, in favor of the possibility to make the exercise of music together in all schools concrete, with adequate spaces and an adequate teaching staff. Whatever possible, also creating a synergy between the different educational, theatrical, and concert institutions. At the professionalizing level, we are asking a more precise dispositions with regard to the passage of teachings at the pre-academic level that have not been configured to the specialized AFAM training. And we ask the three ministries that are involved, school, labor, and cultural heritage, a common action in favor of the inclusion of new people involved in the working world, with appropriate recommendations and immediate economic incentives for the institutions that should be more equipped for the integration of young musicians as artists, or as educational future, or as instrumentalists in the fundamental acquisition of orchestral practice, with a view of possible employment in the European and non-European countries where, unlike Italy, the rootedness and widespread diffusion of orchestras is a national pride. So I would like to conclude with these words coming from this document that will furtherly developed. And we said that these words of music penetration cannot be thought about without a solid base and the right resources, because that spark that we saw in Palestine, that voice that becomes reality, that's been lived by so many people, cannot come into being. So with this draft of this working document, I would like to conclude this very fruitful session, and I would like to conclude this whole Congress, and I would like to set up the appointment, and hopefully we will see again in our next event. And I'm sure that the Music School of Fiesole will give its support to all these initiatives that will become final. So see you soon, and thank you. We're going to conclude the Congress Training 2020 Music and Knowledge Farulli 100. We would like to thank our chair, all our speakers, the great President Letta, all the members of the committee, the scientific committee, and the great coordination of Adriana Verchiani, all the professionals and all those involved in creating the Congress, and the press committee that allowed the resonance of this Congress. Thanks to all the professionals, all the different bodies, and the sponsors in allowing us to create and organize this Congress. And as a special thanks to our audience who participated in all the speeches and interventions with very interesting questions and really encouraged us to continue with more editions. Thank you.